Okay, we're live. Sorry. Hold on. Let me share my screen really quick. I was just going to the bathroom. Hopefully you guys are still here. We are live. Okay, I'm here. Um, actually, let me put this on. Oh, I might reshare my screen again. Hold on one second. It's my OCD. It's like, did I hit share audio? There we go. Now I hit it for sure. There we go. There we go. Okay. What's up? Hey, Ashley. Good morning. I'm still half asleep. I've only had a couple sips of coffee so far. Hey, Heavenly Yeezy. Wait. Heavenly Eyes for You. I like that. Thanks for coming, guys. I'm nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous. This was one of my big cases, though, that um I had like a lot of, contact people reaching out involved in this case and stuff. So it's and plus it was one of the most disturbing cases I've done. Sick. Sick what she did. And the sucky thing is that she's still not taking responsibility for it. Now, come on, wasting taxpayers' dollars to try to have a new trial when she knows what she did. She don't deserve a new trial. She freaking murdered. Oh, what she did to him was like torture. So worse than like I think it's worse than like well, I mean murder is murder, but like this poor kid had to go through months of being miserable. Months. It was Anna. Hey Anna Lee Howe. It was, dude, for sure. Hey, take TKD. Oh, your hospital. Why are you in the hospital? Actually, let me switch these banners so they're not so big. Hold on one second. There we go. Um, why are you in the hospital? Is everything okay? Take a five? Take a five? I wish they wouldn't put all those what do you call it? Like things on there. But I mean, I guess I'm just thankful that there is somebody that's able to get cameras in there because think about like before it would be like news or like TV, when like TVs used to do trials once in a while, like OJ Simpson, but like now it's a whole different world. But I feel like wasn't there like a time in between where there wasn't much or I don't know. No, because court TV used to be on television too, right? Before that, weren't they? Why do I always think that? But oh, sorry. I want to see something though, real quick. If there's anything else, hold on one second. I want to see if there's anybody else because I think they're going to be the main source for it, and then everybody has to go off of them. But let me just see. One second. I don't want to put anything else on because it should be starting shortly. I mean, maybe they will be late, but I get too nervous to have another video on waiting and then like keep watching to see if they started. It makes me too nervous. If I'm like we're this close. Yeah, I mean it looks like yeah, I don't see anybody else. So they're the main people. So as far as like they're the source that everybody has to go off of. I was just watching the Morgan Geyser body cam. Have you guys know that case, the Slender Man? She escaped a couple days ago. And they found her. She was with some, I guess it was a trans man, because I mean he was a guy, but she kept calling him a girl. He seemed like he was a guy to me. I don't know. I'm still confused why he wouldn't give his name. I understand why she was not if you guys watched it, you know what I'm talking about. She was given a fake name and didn't wanna give her name, but, like, I'm sure he doesn't have a record, so I'm not sure why he didn't wanna give his name. It is n it's 8:59 AM, so it's almost 9 AM Eastern Time. Hi, Jill Corby. Good afternoon. I like your, um, picture. Ashley, I'm so glad you made it. How are you? Did you? I know I was just watching it as I was getting ready for this. I heard about it when it happened. Was it 2 nights ago? And I was like, it's kinda scary to think, like, somebody that is capable of doing something like that was out loose. Now, do I think she would commit another murder? I don't know. She was really young when she did it. I think I feel like I don't think she would kill again. I think she's probably just I could see her getting into trouble, like drugs and hanging around the wrong people. I don't necessarily think she would probably be dangerous in that way, but who knows? I don't know. Yes. So make sure I'm not talking about Shonda here. I was talking about Morgan Geyser. Shonda is definitely dangerous. I don't want her. No, no, no. Um, right? You would think. You would think. Yeah. Somebody like that, you would think. Hey, Stacy. Yay, I made it. Hey, Courtney. Good morning. I don't think she will. Did I read? Hold on. Let me find that piece of paper where I wrote it down. Hold on one second. I can look it up again, but I just want to. I had it written down when I read it to you guys last time. Hold on one second. Oh, da, 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 da. I could have thrown that away because I read what the whole trial is because she got denied for. I'll have to look it up again. So I'm sure he'll explain it. So Shauna got denied that last hearing we watched. She got denied for uh what is it called? Like her not being in the right mind, basically in the trial or whatever. Now I can't think what they call it. He denied her for that. This is going to be talking about ineffective counsel. So she has to prove that she had ineffective counsel. Let me look it up. The proper words is what I was trying to think of. Hold on. I don't think so. I think he did a great job. He convinced me that he thought she was innocent. Like I was so surprised when I saw an interview afterwards where he knew what she did. You know what I'm saying? But this was after she was convicted and everything. Because he had me fooled. He did a good job, I thought. I don't think if she gets it, that'd be ridiculous because I think he did a really good job. Um, it's called a Ginther hearing. Okay, so this hearing is called a Ginther hearing. The court will hear evidence. Let me click on it. Um, let me scroll down. Okay, she asked for a new trial, arguing that she had been incompetent. That's the one that he said, nope, you weren't incompetent. So I'll just read this article though. Arguing that she had been incompetent to stand trial. Judge Matthew Cassell denied a retrial, but did order a hearing to address her counsel's effectiveness, called a Ginther hearing. The court will hear evidence and testimony Tuesday on whether VanderArk received adequate counsel. There are a number of areas that we raised where we left that trial counsel should have taken maybe a different path or called witnesses that should have been called, said VanderArk's defense attorney, Ronald Ambrose. So that's looks what they're going to focus on. That they should have taken a different path or called witnesses that they never called. That's a pretty significant issue, which many times leads to a virtual and a new trial. Cassell said, if that actually can be proved to be true, I don't know that, but certainly I think it's irresponsible that the court simply make a decision on that based on just briefs. Prosecutors said they plan on meeting with VanderArk's trial attorney, Fred Johnson, and will likely call him on him to testify. Her first attorney. Once you claim that your counsel was not effective, it opens the door for the prosecution then to be able to have those conversations and, in fact, present the outcome of those discussions in open court, Chief Trial Attorney Matt Roberts said. Back in 2022, police responded to the family home in Norton Shores and found Timothy Ferguson dead. Officers said he was emaciated and weighed only 69 pounds. His body also showed signs of hypothermia. And that's the end of that article. But she would make him take ice baths and hot sauce, eat hot sauce, and wear diapers, and timed the amount of time he could take to go to the bathroom. And he would have handcuffs and wrist ties on him, or what are those called? Those ties that hold, like those plastic ties. Um, and then it got to a point where she put on like alarm on him so she would know when he moved. So she had alarms on the doors so she knew when he opened them or when he moved, and then cameras everywhere watching him sleep everywhere. Slept in a closet with a tarp. Then she put an alarm on him, would make him now he's starving and weak, and she'd make him do like wall sits and stuff. I mean, that would be hard for somebody that's not allowed to eat. Is just if you guys, and I'm not gonna replay this, but if you guys have been watching all my updates and like different videos that Court TV, the couple two updates that Court TV had done with Vincent, right? Is that his name? Why am I like doubting that is his name? The older guy that with the gray hair that's been on Court TV for a while. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I'm thinking it's Vince, but when I say it, it sounds like like I'm wrong. But that guy, um, he did a couple updates and he had this body cam that they did not release at the beginning because I ordered stuff a couple times. So now I don't know if they're now releasing that to the public or somehow because they have they're able to get extra stuff. But it showed that body cam that morning because we all knew there was body cam that morning. During the trial, they only played the audio for it, but a couple of the newer updates that Court TV did, they played little clips of it. Oh my gosh. You could see his thigh bones and, like, his hip bones. Oh my god, it's horrible. It is the most horrible thing. It's like he was like a skeleton. Now I was able to see the text message pictures that were sent that Paul sent. Remember Paul sent, like, to his mom when he was working, like, "Mom, I think we should feed him. He looks really bad," and took a couple pictures of him. I was able to see those, and those were enough to make me. I have never had such a strong reaction on any picture, and I've been covering a lot of cases and have seen a lot. That was the most reaction I've ever had looking at anything. It took my breath away. It was so bad. But then on top of that, this past year, clips of that body cam came out. Or not, it's not even body cam, it's video surveillance that they had up because she had videos everywhere. Those came and you could see his hips and his thighs. Oh my god. And then she pretends to throw up, like, when she sees a picture of him in trial, it's like, "You were staring at him naked because you guys were putting him in a bathtub. Up till that night, you dragged him out of the bathtub, so you knew exactly what he looked like for weeks." And that picture I'm talking about that had the biggest effect on me, that was 3 weeks. I think it was 3 weeks if I'm remembering right, or maybe it's no, I can't remember. It's either 3 or 6 weeks. I know it was multiple weeks before he died. He looked that bad. Like, few weeks before he died, he looked that bad, and she continued torturing him and starving him. That is a monster, and that's your own son. That's her son. I don't even understand how she could do that. Vinny. Vinny, why did I call him Vincent? That's why Vincent didn't sound right. When I said Vince Vince or Vincent, it didn't sound right to me. That's why, because we call him Vinny. Okay. What is wrong with me? But I haven't watched I think the last time I watched him was that. So it's not like I watch him all the time, but I mean, it is gonna be a face that I'll always remember it, Vinny, because Court TV, he's like the face of Court TV, I feel like. But, yeah, Vinny. Oh, I didn't know there was audio. Let's spy. Sorry, guys, I didn't know they usually, like, catch it and they turn it off. Remember that one time we were listening and it's like somebody caught on and turned it muted it because you could hear what they're sometimes you could hear things you're probably not supposed to hear. Sorry, I didn't realize it was on mute. Well, Dragonfly, let's look at I do too, but let's look at it this way. If for some weird reason she gets a new trial, she's gonna get convicted all over again because they took didn't they only take 30 minutes to come back with a verdict? I swear, I remember it was so quick. Maybe let me see. I don't know why I'm thinking 30 minutes, but it was a quick verdict. I remember that. So I don't think there's gonna be any chance that she would get free. She's gonna waste the time, waste your time, get some screen time, and you know what's gonna happen is she's gonna get some other people that somehow is gonna sympathize with her because there are people that sympathize with Paul, her. I kinda get the Paul one in a way I don't. I wouldn't. I don't feel bad for Paul, but I could see maybe why some people because he was the kid he was her son. I mean, he had a bad upbringing, so could I could see both sides on that, even though I don't sympathize for Paul at all. But you will get some people that will sympathize for her, and then they see this, they don't know the case, they see this, and then they contact her, like, remember she had that girlfriend, and then now she has a fiance, but, they contact her, and after they see it, and then they'll start supporting her a little bit. That's the only sucky thing. She'll probably get a couple new supporters, which I don't know why it happens, guys, it just does. Look at Wade Wilson, I don't get it, I know. I know, yes, and they were huge on them. They were huge. Here, let me figure out a way I wanna, do this. Hold on the screen. They gave us extra setups for this. Hold on, let me mess around here. I won't take it off. I'm just gonna play around with some different things. I could just do this, but I like to at least have some of my background in it just for, like so I at least kinda, adapted it a little bit, So hold on, let me these are all the ones. No, that one's cut out. Oh, no, that's I want it to try to be as big hold on. I might just, I don't wanna cut off any of the screen. That's too small. Hold on, guys. That one, I just want a little bit of my background. Hold on. Not because I'm like, "Oh, I have to have my background," but just so it's a little bit unique. 'Cause, what do they call that for fair use? Shoot, it begins with a T. Transform. If you transform it. You transform the video, like, change it a little bit, or there's different things you could do, but even the Core TV, they're really cool. They thousands of creators, I mean, restream their stuff because 'cause they're the only ones that could get camera I mean, they're, like somehow they're the only ones that get permission to free Core TV and Long Crime get the permission to get cameras in the courthouse, and a lot of times they only allow 1. I think, I read somewhere where they only allow 1. They were gonna only allow 1 camera, and they allowed a Court TV. So, alright, hold on a second, though. I want to move I am gonna move this around. Alright, this we could delete that. Okay, I'll do a square maybe? Wait, can I go like this? Oh, yeah. So I didn't know you could do that. They're offering a lot of extra stuff on StreamYard. I gotta start using Streamlabs sometimes too. They have all kinds of different options. I think I like this. What do you guys think? Watch. Hold on, let me update this. I'll save as a new layout. No. Not that, hold on. This right here. Oh, wait, I gotta hold on. I gotta center that, that's bothering me. It's not centered. There we go. Let's see, update layout. There we go. How's now that's too far down. That's pretty good, right? I kinda shrunk me a little bit, like, made me more square and then made that screen a little bit bigger. I think that's big enough to see what's on their screen, right? Okay, guys, just waiting now. Ineffective assistance of counsel. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll just wait. I have my 2, what do you call them? Draw like, can't even think the word, where I have, like, data on them. I have 2 of them, and I unplugged them, but they have all my, Shanda and Paul stuff on them. I was gonna plug them in case if, like, during breaks, we could go through some stuff, but I'll wait till it starts because I don't wanna do it right now. It should be starting, it's 9:15. Should be starting any minute. Shonda's supposed to be here this time, remember, if you guys watched the last hearing, they said because she was Zoom, and they said she'd have to be there, and I remember her saying something like, "Oh, well, no, like, I wanna be there," or something like that, or like, "Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be there," or something. So she should be in court unless if she's gonna play one of those, "I'm sick, I can't make it." Remember, she didn't even come for her was it the sentencing or verdict? Wait, one of the things she didn't show up, and in this state, a lot of states, it's mandatory, I think it was, but in this state, she didn't have to or something. Hold on. Some big thing she didn't show up for. I think it was the verdict. I'm pretty sure. You guys remember that? She claimed that I think she was just not feeling good or something. Oh no, she was at her sentencing. Okay. Yeah, because sentencing was after. It was the verdict, I'm pretty sure. Where they read the or wait. Does anybody remember? It's such a long time ago. That was what, December 2022, I think? Or no, 2023. Maybe 2023. Or maybe it was 2022 because if it was December, it might have been 2022. Let me see. Yeah, maybe it was 2023 into 24, maybe. Let's see if I look up verdict. Let me see if she was there. Hold on. I know there was something she was not there for that she should have freaking been there for. I'm just refreshing on all this stuff because it's been so long. I feel like when you've been done so many cases after, you forget some stuff.
VanderArk had placed in the small has passed before they called be 2 pounds and situational
No.
context. Breaking news right now. Made there. She has heard execution showed a video to those.
No, I want the freaking video of it. I don't know. Anyway. Laura Owens? Oh, let me look it up. I never heard of Laura Owens. Laura Owens. Let's see. Oh, some other person's coming up. Let me make sure I spelled it right. Where's that at? Laura. Oh, yeah, I spelled it right. Let me see. Somebody else is coming up. Oh, here it is. What she did to Clayton? Wait, what happened? Faking pregnancy? Was there a murder or no? Let me see. Huh. I'm trying to find something I could just read. Let's see, maybe this Maricopa. Let's see here. Fraudulent fraudulent schemes, class 4 felony, perjury, taking the identity of another, forgery, theft by extort. Huh. Wow. So she just like pretended she was pregnant? Is that what it is? Faking twin pregnancies? Wow. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. AJAD. AJAD. Man, they're late. Come on, people. If I would have known, I would have played some stuff to refresh. I'm trying to think the last one I think was about 15, 20 minutes late too, wasn't it? She tried to make the men to sign dating contracts. Wow, that's something else. Who is this woman that she thinks she could do that crap? What? Let me see what she looks like. How old is she? She looks, let me see. That was a blurry picture though. Oh no, she looks young. I'm only seeing like, that's just hold on one second.
Need a spotlight?
Hold on, let me see when it comes on. Oh wait, hold on. Let me do this real quick. And I gotta. Oh, this is Fox, isn't it though? Shoot, never mind. I was gonna put it over on a little screen and watch it with you guys, but Fox sometimes some of the Fox is copyright, and it's weird because I know you guys have heard me say this, but some Foxes are owned by different places. And the Fox that's owned by Tribune copyrights every time, every time. So I just won't play Fox. But there is some Foxes that aren't owned by Tribune that you can play. So it's like, I don't know, this one's Fox 10. I don't know. I guess I could look up if they're owned by Tribune. Tribune freaking copyrights every time. Okay. Let me look. Let me find. She's 35. Okay. All right. Who's this? We had a 2-minute.
This is CR.
Oh, sorry. That was loud. Hold on one second. Let me see what this is. If you could even see her good. No, I don't like this one. Hold on a second. Trying to find like a quick little clip where, ooh, here we go. Long crime. Oh no. I'm trying to find like a short one and something I could we could watch real quick together. But here's a 3. No, I don't want the court where it's like facing the back. I want to find one where. I'll look into it though. It looks interesting, yeah. Something else, some people, I tell you.
Join ICE with
All these commercials. Oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. Let me hit videos. Just trying to find like a quick little recap one I could play for you. There is none. Oh, here's one. Hold on. Instagram. Here, let me take this off. Make sure this is on. Okay, we can just put it right here so we could still see. Let's see. I wish I would have been playing stuff. Hold on, let me get this.
Only victim.
The Bachelor's Clayton Eckerd
Wait, is that right? She was on The Bachelor? Or she did that to The
made
Bachelor?
TV history when he became
I'm nervous that that's gonna. I know. I hope
the
it's
first ever Bachelor.
I'm nervous they're gonna. Bachelor's gonna freaking copyright me. They will. A TV show like that. I just don't want this to get copyrighted. My Shanda thing. I'd be so mad for some reason that because I would get copyrighted on something that wasn't even. I really don't want this to get copyrighted. I bet you're gonna try to copyright me for that, and I will fight that. Come on, it was a little picture. It was fair use. I'll fight it. Take me to court for that. They'll have, if you fight it, they have to take you to court. Then that's the next thing. If they take me to court under that, I think I'd win. If it's like that little 2 seconds on that, I think the judge would go on my side, but I don't want to play the whole thing. These big companies suck. The biggest companies are the most selfish companies with copyright. And they're the ones that are making millions of dollars, and they're the ones that'll copyright you in a second. And all the small little local, news channels, they don't copyright. The ones that probably could, you know what I'm saying? But no, it's the big ones. They suck. I've had Dr. Phil copyright me, and this was before. This is when I was new, so I didn't know that I should fight it because he copyright. It was the Lori Vallow case, right? He copyrighted me for something that I had before he did his show on it. So the video he copyright is not his. I did not get it off his show, but he played it in his show after the video that he was copyrighting. So how could I have got it off of you? It was public property, but I was new and I didn't realize. I'm like, oh, I've never went to Dr. Phil. So I didn't fight it. But if I would know, like if I was now and this happened, I would fought it. Because he would know. He would never win if he took me to court. Now I'm more knowledgeable on it, and that was not his. He had no right to copyright me. If anything, I should have copyrighted him. I couldn't because it's public, but I had it before you jerk. I just laughed it off, but I would definitely have fought it now. But I've had that's happened recently, like Netflix or big companies. They'll do a story on something that us YouTubers have done year prior, and then they'll get it and do their Netflix and use the same thing and then copyright everybody. I fight every single one of those and I win every single time because I'll be like, I ordered these files myself. I paid for them. I could prove it. And I said, if anything, look at the dates. It's like, did you maybe I said, if you own them, then I own it. You know what I'm saying? I get an attitude and they drop it every time. Because now I know they're jerks. They're taking advantage of people that don't know. And they're the late to the game. They're the ones that should be copyrighted. But no, we order it just like everybody else. Netflix, I ordered it just like you. It doesn't mean you own it because you ordered it 2 years after I did. Makes me so mad. Yes, I slept. It just makes me wonder though, how many newer YouTubers that don't do anything about it because they hit every single person that used like this body cam or whatever. They'll do like big cases, but they'll be like a couple years late that one of all of us YouTubers that covered it. Or sometimes maybe a year, and maybe sometimes it's like a couple months after somebody does it, but it doesn't mean they own it. So they hit every single one of these people, and new people, they probably just don't, they're probably like me and don't know and just take the copyright, and then it sucks. It sucks because it's not right. They shouldn't have copyrighted. But now I've learned, nope, you're not taking advantage of us little guys. Sorry, buddy. We have the same ability as you. Just because you could order it doesn't mean you own it. We order the same stuff you order. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we're still waiting. I wish I would have played more stuff, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling, but I didn't think they'd be this late. Dang it. Oh, that's theirs. Right? Yeah. When that bottom of their screen, hold on, let me see again. That was weird. I swear that was their bottom of the screen because it shouldn't have been mine. Huh. I hope they take off that banner. I mean, this one. I know they'll take this off because it says coming up. And I like their banner sometimes because it'll help, of who's who, but I don't know why this is distracting me. Not going across the screen. I know I had one the other day, but I don't I mean, sometimes I'll put it up. I mean, I think I've only put it up a few times, but I took it down yesterday because I was like, I don't want to keep putting it up. But yeah, it's all right. I don't know why. I think it's distracting me now because there's nothing going on. Oh yeah, this is Shanda. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna plug in my drives because I want to have all my stuff from this cases on another drive. Hold on one second. Oh, shoot, I can't. Oh. Okay, now I have access to all my stuff. Okay, hold on. Whew. All right, so this case is very disturbing. Let me pull up some pics. I'll just pull them up over. I won't cover it up so we won't miss anything. Hold on. But Shonda, real quick, as I'm finding him, she had a son, Timothy. There's a lot of details that go into it, but I was going to give you a quick. I'm not going to go back. I will eventually, but right now, she had a son, Timothy, and a son, Paul, and a son, G, that were all living with her at the time. Paul and her basically tortured Timothy. He died when he was 15. I think it was 15 when he finally succumbed to his torture. They would starve him, put him in ice baths, make him wear a diaper, make him chain him, zip tie, that's what it was. I said zip tie him, handcuff him, put an alarm on him so he couldn't move. They would make him sleep in this closet with a tarp. They had videos, so they were watching his every move. They made him do wall sits. They made him eat anything. The only thing he basically did eat for months was hot sauce with bread. They pour and when I say hot sauce, I mean that stuff you have to order online. It's I'll show you a bottle of it. It's one of those extreme hot sauces that you order, not the stuff you get. You don't get it usually at the grocery store. You order it's like that one of those hotter ones. Pour it on bread, and that's what you got to eat. He'd be in an ice bath. So her and Paul would take turns. When Paul was working, she would do it. When she was working, Paul would do it. Paul was 18, right at the time, and I think 19. He took a plea deal. He testified against his mom. He took a plea deal. And he got it pretty hard because the prosecutors were even asking for less than that. They're recommending less than that because he testified against his mom. but the judge gave him what, 35 to 30. Why do I always forget this? 35 to 50? 35 to 50, I think. So 35 is the soonest he could get up for parole. Unless if we have seen that laws change sometimes and people get it sooner. That has happened before. I think now, oh my gosh, why do that one I always like doubt myself? And I'm always like, is it 35 to 50? I think it's 35-50 if I'm remembering right. Let me look it up. She got life. Okay. Now she's asking for a new trial. Okay. This is what this is. She's just asking for a new trial. Hold on one second. 30 to 100. That's right. 30 to 100 years. So the soonest he could get is 30. That's the soonest he could get out paroled. He could still get denied. And the max is 100, but I mean, basically life, but he could get out 30 years, which I think good chance if he's doing good in prison, I think he probably good chance he might get paroled in 30 years. But he was expecting something way lower for testifying. So she's asking for a new trial. She asked for under two things. She got denied the first thing, incompetence. He denied her. This is ineffective assistance of counsel. They're going to go over it. They're going to probably bring her old lawyer on. So that's basically it in a nutshell. But there is, there's some specific details of how she got Timothy in the first place and all that. That is a little bit longer story. But let me bring up a couple pictures so you know how it goes here. Are you still here? Yeah. No, she doesn't. It was horrible. This was seriously the most disturbing case that I have covered. It affected me the most out of any case I have covered. It was bad. All right, let me bring up some stuff here. All right, let's see here. No, okay. So Timothy, let me show you a couple of pictures of him. Here you go. This is Timothy and Paul. This is Timothy. This is like one of the more recent ones we have of Timothy. There's one more that's a little bit more recent when they're sitting on the couch. You could tell because he started to lose weight at the time, and I'll find that picture. But I think that's the most recent besides this. I'll find the other one real quick. But Paul, he's the brother that helped his mom torture him. So Timothy's the one that died right here. Paul's the one that's in jail for 30 to 100 years. That basically helped his mom torture his younger brother. Yeah, I do have a lot. I'm trying to figure. Let me see, Shanda. Here's Timothy pics. Let's see what I got here. I'm gonna find that one where they're sitting on the couch because that's probably the most recent one. Here's Paul's in the corrections. 6'1", 130 pounds. He was really skinny too, to be honest. But he ate. I mean, we saw his TikToks and everything. He had free reign over the fridge, the freezer, the cupboard. So just, I mean, we can't say, oh, he was skinny with it. No, because we seen he had free reign over it all. So I mean, it was his choice. I mean, he ate. Sometimes boys, their metabolism are so high and they eat and eat, and sometimes they just can't gain weight. As far as Paul, because we know he was able to just eat whenever he wanted. Timothy, no. Oh, here's a kind of recent picture of Timothy because you could tell he's starting to lose weight a little bit. I mean, he looked way worse at the end, but I'm just saying we don't have a lot of, they don't have pictures of him after they started really starving him because They weren't about to take pictures of him, and they wouldn't let anybody in the house. They wouldn't let the grandma in the house. They'd be like, she'd be like, "Okay, grandma's coming over. Make sure you have G outside, and she doesn't come inside because they don't want her inside to see." Because Timothy, I mean, if they found out what they were doing, so she's just sneaky. Trying to find that picture of them on the couch. I don't want to play any videos right now. That's why I'm just kind of looking for some pictures that. Oh, here's the one I was talking about. That's all of them. That's so Shonda had the oldest, Eric Nolan. I don't know. He went by both names. He went by Eric and Nolan, but that's the oldest brother. And then there was another older sister that was a younger than him, I think. And then these. So she had 1, 2, 3, 5 kids. These Paul, G, and Timothy are the 3 that were living there at the time if it happened. He never even lived there. She lost custody of her kids a few times. She was married to a guy named Eric, which is Paul and Timothy's dad. She was married to him and had 4 of the 5 kids, and they lost custody of them because they were just probably horrible parents. Just different things the teachers were saying. I went over. I'll check out my playlist if you want to see. They have statements of like teachers and just like how the kids would come to school. So I mean, they would be like dirty. They would actually. There was a point where they were so dirty that they would give them a shower at school. Like Timothy, I think it was Timothy and Paul were those ones, right? Where the teachers would like give them a shower. I mean, they weren't showered. They would feed them at school. And this is when she was married to Eric and the other one, and they, where she had the 4 kids, and then they lost custody and they were in foster care. And then, what happened? So they ended up getting a divorce, and Eric got Timothy and Paul back. I think he got Paul back first, right? And then Timothy, he got him back, but Shonda wasn't supposed to have him. Shonda met Adam and got remarried, and she moved to a different state. And so Eric did what he was supposed to get all the kids, right? So she wasn't supposed to have access to Timothy. Now, Paul, when he turned 18, that's when he went to live with his mom, Shonda. His choice, he chose there. He's 18, he's allowed. He goes to Shonda. Timothy had autism, and I guess Eric and his new wife just couldn't handle it. They sent him. Their reason is they said they saw how good Paul was doing there, that they thought, well, maybe Timothy will do good there. Sent Timothy to live with him. Should never have, because she shouldn't have not have had custody of him. He went and lived with her, and look what happened. So at first it was, I guess, somewhat okay because Adam was there. So Adam was in a wheelchair, her husband. Okay. So when Timothy first went there to live with him, it was about like a year after Paul went there, I think. I'm estimating. So they sent Timothy there. So Timothy's there with Adam and Shonda. They're married. They have a son, G, together. Then he has his older brother, Paul, there. And then Timothy comes, right? Well, Adam has a stroke, her husband. So he ends up going, Adam's parents have to take care of him. So now Adam's out of the house. So now it's just Shonda, Paul, Timothy, and G. That's when the real abuse started. Because supposedly Adam wouldn't have let that happen, I guess. I mean, that's what they say. There's no way Adam would have let that torture happen. But now he's out of the house. So then that's when it all starts. And he ends up dying. I think wasn't it 4th of July? Or why am I thinking 4th of July in my head? Sometime in July is when. July 7th, maybe? Let me look. I forget some of the specific dates. It was July something. July 6th. July 6th, 2022 is when Timothy doesn't wake up that morning, and they have it all recorded. It's like I said, I have a playlist, not Sydney Shia, and there's a one labeled something about, I don't know if it says subtitles about the call, the audio, no, it's the audio that morning, and I think it's mixed with the call, but they play the audio when they first wake up and see that he's not breathing. Oh, it is something. And she's freaking out, and she's basically making Paul do everything. Oh, like giving him CPR. She wasn't doing crap. And then you hear, oh, they're gonna lie and say that he went on a hunger strike. So she tells Paul to just be like, just say he went on a hunger strike, so he wasn't eating. She's such a freaking liar. But they have those last moments that night into the morning. They have that on video because she had all cameras. Because if he moved or if he did anything, if he can't move, if he turns and we can't see if he's sleeping or what he's doing, we have to move the camera. We yell at him to turn around. It's just, he's sick. She's sick. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that night she gets home. He's in a bath that last night. He's in an ice bath that whole night. She's at work. She gets home. And I forget what time it was. Wasn't it like 11? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that late. I forget when it was, but he's already in the ice bath for hours. She drags him out. They have this on camera. She drags him out of the bathtub. She always thought he was faking. Oh, he's just faking. He's fine. He's just trying to trick us or whatever. Come on. So she drags him out, puts him in the closet, right? And I guess he was breathing out of his mouth and it was annoying her. And she's like, she holds his mouth shut and it's like, see, like, and they have this all on recorded. Look, see, you could, she calls him like an idiot or something. Like, what did she call him? I forget. She calls him just a jerk, being a jerk. Like, look, see, you could breathe out of your nose. Like, why are you breathing out of your mouth? Oh, I can't stand her. Yeah, it was being too loud for her to sleep because remember she had a recording so she could hear when he moved or hear. So when they're sleeping, if he moves and makes too much noise, like, oh, let's go down and yell at him. Can you imagine if he snored? Oh my gosh. What is going on here though? It's already 9:47. I wish I would have known, dude. We could have watched a lot of stuff to catch everybody up. What the heck's going on? It's starting to make me mad. I watch so much stuff. I don't know. I guess we just wait. It's probably her not there yet. I guess she is under the control of them, but still. Yeah. Dang it though. Why aren't they on yet? Let's see. So here is Adam, husband, her last husband, but as soon as she got arrested, he divorced her. He ended up passing away though, unfortunately. He divorced her, after she got arrested because he's over his mom's house getting taken care of. He didn't even know what was going on. And then when he found out what happened, he divorced her, but then he ended up dying not that long after, unfortunately. Yeah. But if you don't know this case, so I ended up getting their jail calls when they were in Muskegon County. So I have hers, which she doesn't have a lot because she didn't have nobody to call but that one old friend, and then Paul's. I have a lot of Paul's. So if you're interested in this case, check out my playlist. I have so many videos on it, and I have their jail calls. And, like, I was in contact with Paul's fiance at one point, now, Shonda's fiance. I should actually I wonder if he's watching. Are you here, Fritz? Are you watching? I wonder if he's watching. I'm sure he is, because this would be I mean, he probably wants her to get out, I'm guessing, because that's his fiance, but, um, and then a few people from, I guess it would be her Eric's side or in a way, yeah, that I was talking to a little bit, and then, oh, and then Adam's best friend, Holly. Are you here, Holly? She pops in every once in a while. She came on, I interviewed her. Shonda's sister came on. I never did reach out. I need to reach out to her too. Um, I don't know if she has the same phone number. I gotta try. But the interesting thing is Shonda had a kind of interesting upbringing. So her mother spent a year in jail for attempted murder. Well, supposedly they thought the charge was her hiring somebody to kill her mother. So that she has a trust fund. Okay, they're like trust fund. Shonda's I think it'd be her grandparents trust fund. So then her mom had a trust fund, and her mom was, I would say kind of like Shonda, getting into trouble and stuff, and she wanted wanted the money. Now, her sister thinks she was set up, but I don't know. So her mom, if I don't know if she was guilty, it was like she wanted somebody to kill her mom so she could get the money, right? Now her sister thinks it was all set up by somebody else, that they set her up and they recorded this conversation and made it when she was under the influence. I almost think, if I remember right, her sister might think that they actually gave her some kind of drugs and like made her talk, and it sounded like it was something that it wasn't. But I don't know. I don't know what I think. Because if she's anything like Shonda, it wouldn't be that weird for her to do that, you know? Here, let me show you a picture. Her mom looks a lot like her. And she was like, she looked up to her mom. Like she admired her mom. Now I'm sure she thought her mom was innocent of that. But here's the thing. When her mom was in jail, they went to foster care. Shonda's sister said some of the same techniques of punishment were used against them when they're in foster care. But her sister said it wasn't as extreme as what she did to Timothy, but they did the hot sauce, they did the standing, I think the wall sits, they did the starving to use food as some kind of, reward, or they would hold back food from them and not let them eat. So, she thinks that's where she got some of the stuff, and then she turned it into, like, very extreme. It wasn't as extreme. Yeah, it was still considered like abuse what that foster care did to them, but so, I don't know. Ooh, is it coming? I heard a beep. I heard a beep. That might be a sign. Here, real quick, look. This is one of the, Shonda's mom, murder for hire. This is one of the newspaper clippings. We could look it through it. I could read it later again. I did a video on it, but that's her. Here's her and her first husband's marriage engagement. Eric, the first husband. Her and Eric. So she was young there. And there's just more newspaper stuff on her mom. Here's another one of her mom. Woman guilty in plot to have mother killed. That's her mom. Crazy, like mother, like daughter. Yeah, there's a few other ones. There's a few other clippings where it shows Shonda as a little kid. too. We could go through it all later. I think they're about to start because that beep, I swear, is a sign that they're gonna start. But here's Sydney. Here's what she looks like now, basically. She's famous for her little pigtails, braids. Let's see if she has them again today. Not famous. I shouldn't say that. That's just how she likes to wear her hair a lot, it seems. Um, wait, which one is she in these pictures? Hold on. Oh, here's her mom too. A little bit more recent. This is her mom. And this is her not the sister that I had contact with. You know what? I should redact the name. I don't know. Because I don't want people. Uh, so here's a picture of her mom that her Shonda's one sister, not the sister I had contact with, but her other sister had up of her mom. And actually I do have a picture of what Shonda had up of her mom too. I gotta find it somewhere, but we could look at it later if you're interested. I don't know if you guys are interested in that part of it or not. Look at her when she's young. This is Shonda, like in school. Crazy. I have so much crap on this case. Here is, hold on one second. Here's her two sisters. This is the one that I had contact with, and this is the other one. But this is an old picture. I don't know. Where is I think this is her mom. This is Shonda's mom when she was younger. And her great grandma, I think. All right, it looks like it's about to start, guys. Here we go. Oh, there she. Whoa, look at the new do. New do, Shonda. I don't know why I have the audio on. She just hasn't, they haven't turned it on yet. Wow, she looks so different. I have never, she has it shaved in the back. Prison has really did a number on her. She looks like a prisoner now. I mean, am I wrong? No, this isn't me, guys. There's no audio, so don't freak out that I don't have they haven't turned it on. They turned it off and then didn't turn it on for some reason. Wow. Yeah, we got it on, Jill. Here we go. Oh, it's not shaved in the back. I thought it was. It's not. Look, or is it? No, I don't think it is. She looks different to me. Like her whole demeanor, the way she carries herself. It's like a different person. She's nervous. I'm like shocked because do you guys agree? Like, I know looks wise, she does look different. She's got a different hairstyle and she looks older and stuff. It does look like prison has done a number. But even the way she carries herself is so freaking different.
Circuit Court, County of Muskegon is now in session. The Honorable Matthew R. Case was presiding. Please be seated.
More masculine.
All right, before the court is file 23110 FC. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda VanderArk. Are you Shanda VanderArk? All right, Ms. VanderArk appears before the court with her attorney, Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Roberts, as well as Ms. Bloomquist are here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Date and time, the court is scheduled for a Ginther hearing and technically a continued hearing from the last time we were here. We're delayed. There's been some concerns regarding Ms. VanderArk's health this morning. Mr. Ambrose, if you want to go ahead and make a record of any concerns you have at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I had a video conference with Ms. VanderArk on Friday, this past Friday. It was concerning to me because she didn't appear to be her normal self. And so that concerned me. So I did send an email to the court expressing an adjournment if possible, just because this is an important phase in the whole appellate process, and certainly of utmost importance to my client that she's able to participate in a meaningful manner. And during our conversation on Friday, it just didn't seem that she was as up to speed or healthy. She expressed some health concerns that she was undergoing at that time. And so that's why I asked for an adjournment on Friday. What I understand is that what she told me this morning is on Saturday, she had an episode at the Huron Valley Women's Facility where she passed out for a short period of time, was revived, but she had a medical issue at that time. She's not feeling well today either. I know she was checked out by medical. Her blood pressure is higher than it is normally for her, as she self-reports. So I would be requesting an adjournment. It doesn't hurt the prosecution, I don't think, at all. It is, if anything, delaying this case keeps her in prison. I'd like to move forward if I could, knowing in good conscience that we're putting our best foot forward on a case like this, and have the 100% confidence that my client is able to participate in a meaningful manner. And I just don't think at this point, I I can with any type of confidence say that. So I would still ask for an adjournment. And I know that my client has signed a release for some medical records from Huron Valley Women's Facility to release at least the most recent episode that she had.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose, is she able to speak to you this morning?
Yes,
Not getting into what those conversations are, but are you able to converse with her this morning?
I can.
Okay.
She has a pounding headache, and it doesn't help. You know, it's a stressful situation. I'm sure that's part of the what happens in these types of situations. But yeah, I mean,
Do you have, I mean, as an officer of the court, do you believe she's not competent to go forward?
I mean,
Under the Michigan, under the law in the state of Michigan, do you believe she is competent to go forward?
yeah, I don't think she's incompetent, put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, she's able to communicate with me, yes,
Okay.
but maybe, you know, not at the best,
All right. Does she,
especially with somebody that has a pounding headache. I mean, I can just imagine.
did she take any medication for
I don't think,
headache or aspirin or
I don't think they gave
ibuprofen or,
any medication today.
okay. Is that something she normally would take for a headache?
Yes, she's,
Okay.
oh yeah, she does, she has a thyroid issue. She pointed out to me
Okay.
that it's protruding. She's undergoing testing. Won't know the results for another couple of weeks if
Mhm.
it's cancerous or not. There is a family history of that as well.
Okay. Ms. Blomquist.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was going to argue that she's presumed competent until she shows otherwise, but given that's not the claim, then the argument would be whether or not there's good cause for an adjournment, and it's the people's position that a headache is not good cause. Additionally, the people are ready to proceed and put, one, with the Ginther hearing, but two, we do have some evidence that we could set forth to make the record as it relates to her appearance and how she was on the transport on the way here. We did have after the in-chambers discussion, jail medical came and looked at her, and it seems that she's been cleared by them apart from having somewhat raised blood pressure. So I do think that we could make a record as to why this is not good cause. Additionally, Ms. VanderArk, through her counsel, did give a waiver of HIPAA so that we could request some records from MDOC. They said that those would be emailed to me in approximately 30 minutes. They were going to do that expeditiously. However, the people would put forth as an officer of the court that in communications with the Michigan Department of Corrections, they would not have transported her had there been a medical issue raised before transport. So, Your Honor, I think this is just, again, another dilatory tactic by Ms. VanderArk to delay this hearing and to delay the proceedings. And I would say that there's not good cause. And additionally, I think the court can take into consideration all of the prior actions of the defendant, her prior reports, all of that when fashioning whether or not an adjournment is warranted. And it's not in this case, and we should proceed.
Okay. Did anyone, we obviously have the Department of Corrections officers in the courtroom. Did anyone talk to them regarding her condition?
I did, Your Honor. I did inform them they may be needed to take some brief testimony.
Well, short of that, I mean, are either one of you comfortable doing that?
If you would like us to, we can.
Okay, well, why don't we have one? What's your name, ma'am?
Officer Scott.
Officer Scott. Why don't you have you come on up and I'll swear you in. What's your first name, ma'am?
First name's Autumn.
Autumn.
A-U-T-U-M-N.
All right, Ms. Scott, can you raise your right hand? This matter not pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name?
First name is Autumn. A-U-T-U-M-N. Last name is Scott. S-C-O-T-T.
All right, any objection with me asking some questions, and I'll let you guys follow up. Mrs.
Oh, yeah.
Bloomquist, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
All right, good morning, ma'am. I'm sorry you're in this position. This doesn't usually happen. So,
It's okay.
my understanding is you transported Ms. VanderArk here this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you transport her from?
Women's Huron Valley in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay, approximately how long is that?
About
ride?
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay. And now I kind of understand the configuration. Are you in the back with her in the van, or are you driving in the front? How does that usually work? Where's everybody in the van?
I
Without
was,
getting into
it's okay. I was driving, my partner was in the passenger seat, and Miss VanderArk was in the back.
Okay. So you were more focused on the road?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we probably need your partner more. A little bit. Now, were you able to observe Miss VanderArk?
I can see her through the rear view mirror as I drive.
Okay. Was she communicating with you at all?
She only spoke to us a couple times just to ask to turn the heat up or down.
Okay. Did she indicate that she had a headache at all?
She did not. When we arrived, she did say that she was feeling a little nauseous,
Okay. All right.
a little dry heaving.
Okay. Anything from, was it? No. Okay. All right. You probably, did you ask what it was from? Was it from the ride or something like that? Or you don't, you know?
She did say she does get car sick.
Car sick. Okay. All right. To your knowledge, would the Department of Corrections transport a prisoner if they had a concern over her medical health?
No, and if she would have expressed it to my partner, then my partner would have requested to have healthcare come and clear her before we leave.
Okay. Anything? Okay. All right. Technically, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing, so unless you want to go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
I don't really have anything.
Okay. Ms. Bloomquist?
Just briefly, Officer Scott, was she conversational?
She didn't talk much. Like I said, just to ask us to turn the heat up or down for her. Other than that, she was quiet.
Okay. You can stand down. Thank you so much. Do we want to put the other Department of Corrections officer on? Anybody input on that?
I'll leave that in the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
I don't have an opinion on it.
All right. Any other argument before I make a ruling on this, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, just that she did mention that she was nauseous, and that's consistent with, you know, her headache, what she reported to me.
All right. Ms. Bloomquist, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, I just would ask the court to take judicial notice that Ms. VanderArk, during this motion to adjourn, has actually been assisting Mr. Ambrose in the proceeding with writing notes to him about if she's taken any medication or if she has done anything to assist in the in remedying her headache. So I think that I just wanted that to be on the record because I don't think the transcript would necessarily catch that. But as an observer in the courtroom, she has been actively participating in this motion through her counsel despite her claimed ailment. So again, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment, and I'd like to move forward.
All right.
You know, Your Honor, can I just say, I mean, just my client writing a couple of notes down, is that supposed to be some sort of active participation? I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Ambrose, we're kind of in a catch-22 because I can't ask you what she's been telling you, and you know what kind of, I can't judge how much she's assisting you without getting into what she's talking about. So I'm observing her writing notes and talking to you, which I've had jury trials where the defendant doesn't say anything to their counsel, and so why don't we do this? The court also has experience with Ms. VanderArk. Several times during the proceeding, during the jury trial, there were breaks in time where Ms. VanderArk said she was undergoing distress. I granted those breaks. It seemed to me, and from the outside looking in, that these medical issues seem to be at times of pretty significant testimony in the trial. Not saying that maybe they weren't genuine, but they certainly appeared to be situational. Also, when she were at a preliminary examination down in district court, there was just a point of what she claimed to be distress that appeared to be situational. We're here now, and I think it seems to be situational again. Again, she may be going through something, but I understand that adjourning this would necessarily prejudice the defense. However, there's witnesses here. They're ready to go. People took time out of their schedules. The court set aside an entire day for this. And there is something to be said for the swift administration of justice here. And so based on this, based on what I have, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment based on a headache, because that's all really the record's been made. And the only person that can judge if she really has a headache or not, quite frankly, is Miss VanderArk. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I have no clue. I will say, as the finder of fact at the trial didn't find her credible, and I don't know how much credibility the court can lay on her statements. So I'm willing to do this. I can take a break, wait for the records to come in. That way the court can review those. I also can offer Ms. VanderArk, is our jail staff allowed to give her medication, like ibuprofen or Tylenol or something like that? Is that allowed?
I would assume if they discuss it with healthcare at the prison, that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So I don't, do we have something downstairs? She can, I mean, I don't know what she takes, Mr. Ambrose. She'll let me know. I'm sure they have it all on. We can do anything we can to help with that. I'm willing to give her, you know, if she needs for blood pressure, I don't know, maybe she needs food or something. I don't know what it is. So anything that can accommodate to help her headache, I get it. If she's got a pounding headache, then I want to at least try to get her some help for that. So why don't we adjourn? We'll wait for the records to come in. Mr. Ambrose, let my staff know if she needs medication, and we can get that from the jail. And then we'll go from there. Anything else before we break, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
Wow. Wow is all I got to say. Doesn't surprise me. I was thinking because of last time, there's no way she's going to try to pull that again. But when she was late, when it was late, I'm like, watch her to be complaining she's sick or something. Because that's her MO. That is her freaking MO. Everything is about her. Everything is about her ailments. Oh, she has everything under the book. She should have saw in trial if you guys didn't see the trial, naming off all the stuff she had. I guarantee she only has probably a eighth of what she. Who cares, a headache? And you notice how he said that her blood pressure was just higher. He didn't say it was like, oh, it was so high. It was like at a too high of a amount. Like there's a blood pressure that might be too high where, okay, we need to get her to the doctor. Obviously, it was just a little bit higher than normal. People's blood pressure fluctuates when they're about to do like things like this. Of course, it's a little bit higher. This is a big thing. Oh my Lord, it's driving me nuts. I need to get some coffee, guys. I am annoyed. We waited an hour and now she gets another half. And they said about a half hour because that's how they said how long they said the records was going to be. Yes. Let me try to find something to play for you guys. Well, I got to get my coffee. I need a whole fresh cup of coffee to start this crap. But I think you guys, and maybe people that haven't been following this case, you won't, if you just like look at the pictures comparatively, she might not look that different. But her whole demeanor is so different than what she normally is. I mean, I think she looks different too. Her hair's a lot thinner. Her hair's pulled back in a way I've never seen her hair up that way. It's always like down like this or down. I've never seen her just like pull it straight back. Also, it's a lot thinner. Her face, as you could tell, it looks like she aged 10 years on her face. It's like very like old, like aged. Okay. But on top of that, her demeanor, she is very masculine now, like a lot more masculine. I'm not saying that there's anything against it. I just noticed a change. That prison has done a number. It has changed her. You could tell it's a change. Well, it hasn't changed her little, oh, I'm sick, blah, blah, that attitude, but it's changed her like how she carries herself and her demeanor. She's a lot more masculine. Wow. It was just that I did not expect to see her. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that for some reason. But yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It does. But here's the thing. That's for the trial though. It's not Sydney Shia. So when the jury, if she would get a new trial, then she would have the opportunity to dress in normal clothes, to maybe get some makeup or get like things where she could look better. But the judge should be able to look at it objective and not judge her on appearance. It's usually when the jury's going to see her. Because it's not fair if the jury sees her as a prisoner. So that's why during the trial, they always give an option. you know, you can dress like a normal person, because if they see you in a prisoner's outfit and they see you all chained up, sometimes they still have to put a belt or something if you're dangerous, but they don't want the, you know, that to, because that could alter the way you see something. If you already see him as like a prisoner, then you see him as a criminal. So if she gets a new trial, they'll let her change her appearance. But something like this, everybody in this room should be able to look objectively and not judge her on that, because that's what they do. But as far as, yeah, if she gets a new trial, she'll be able to wear whatever she wants. Okay, so let me try to find something to play. I guess we could play. Hold on, I gotta hurry up though, because it's only gonna take me like 5 minutes to go get a coffee. I don't think they'll be back in 5 minutes, right? I would love it, but I don't think that will happen. So let me play something. I could just play like some old trial footage or something. Let's see. While we're watching, I'll play her testimony, some of it. Hold on. Let's play. Yes. Okay. I'll play this. If anybody comes in, make sure, if they just come in, they might think that this is the new stuff. So make sure you, well, hopefully if they know the case. Hold on. Let me do, actually, let me keep it like this, just in case that comes back on. All right. You guys could at least see if it's coming back on, so you know. If I'm not here, you can go over to Court TV, but I don't think it will before I go. All right, so I'm going to play this.
Robert, you can continue. Thank you. Just to kind of put a bow on this and clarify things, Ms. VanderArk, is it true that
like
the
this.
last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated that you are only to be allowed supervised parenting time?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Johnson was talked to you about the fact that after Adam had his stroke tragically in January and was out of the home, that was a significant financial hit for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you didn't have a lot of income coming in. Were you working in Nuevo at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
So when you worked here, it was not a paid internship. You were working in Nuevo for paid internship at that time. Is that correct?
For a paid clerkship, yes, sir.
Right, clerkship. And then what were your other sources of income at that time?
Which time?
Well, in January, right after the stroke.
Right after the stroke. The rental income that I received from my brother from Oklahoma, and then I was down to one dog training client.
Now, you're not suggesting to this jury that you couldn't afford to have food for your kids, are you?
No, sir.
In fact, we've seen the pictures, and you don't need me to show you the pictures of your freezer, your
Oh, no.
refrigerator, your pantry, all pretty well stocked with food. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
So so there certainly was a financial ability for you to provide for your children, at least in the food sense, correct?
Yes, sir. I bought food first.
And you're a highly intelligent woman, and I'm sure you're aware of multiple resources available in the community if that ever became an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
United Way, food pantries, anything of that nature, but you never felt the need to reach out to any of those resources, did you?
No, sir, because we had groceries covered.
You talked about, Mr. Johnson asked you about the motion sensors, and I'm not sure we got like any real sense of clarity about the motion sensors. When we're talking about motion sensors, we're talking about ones that would not only go off if there was motion, that's what a motion sensor is, obviously, but would give some type of audio alarm, right?
Some of them did, yes, sir.
And Timothy had very sensitive hearing, didn't he?
I was not aware of that, no, sir. That's when Paul said that yesterday, that puzzled me.
You didn't know about that? You didn't know he had surgery to put tubes in his ears?
I was there for the surgery for his tubes, but no, I mean, it was, at least my experience with Timothy was half the time he didn't hear what you were saying. So,
did you know that he found it discomforting when those noises happened? Did you know that was, for lack of a better way of putting it, that was a punishment too for those noises to be going on?
no, sir, I did not.
Timothy was autistic, right? He was on the autism
Yes, sir, he was
spectrum.
on the spectrum.
Loud noises, disturbances, things like that. Those are troubling for folks with autism, aren't they?
For some of them, but he never, I mean, he liked to listen to his tablet extremely loud. And I remember, because little man, sorry, I'm trying not to say his name.
Yeah.
When we have thunderstorms, sometimes it would freak him out, and things like that didn't bother Timothy at all. And Timothy sat with me Okay, go ahead and judge me or laugh at me, but before the PTSD, when I watched college football, I would scream at the television every play, offense and defense. That's just who I am. And Timothy was right there with me hollering at the TV.
So the alarms didn't bother him at all.
I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, they bother people, probably everybody, but they didn't, he wasn't overly sensitive to it.
Right, because it begs the question, if the alarms don't bother him, what's the point in having them, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were there as a disincentive for him to do the things he wasn't supposed to do.
It was to let us know he was doing it too. That way we knew what was going on.
But it was supposed to also be, you're
Yes.
not supposed to be doing this, and we know when you're going to be doing
Yes,
this, right?
It was so he knew we would be notified.
And the doing this that we're talking about is coming out of the basement area of the home, right?
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night, yes, sir.
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night.
Yes, sir.
So these would only be active at night?
I only turned them on at night, yes, sir.
So there's no text messages in there about turning on the motion sensor during the day so we can't come upstairs?
I mean, I don't recall it, but
But you would, if those are in there, you would agree with me then that you were using the motion sensors to keep him downstairs even during the day, right?
I mean, if it happened occasionally,
Do you remember the text exchange about turning off the alarms so that he can go to the bathroom and then turning the alarms back on after he's done going to the bathroom? Do you remember those?
that was read the other day, vaguely, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure you remember them from being read the other day. Do you remember sending those text messages?
No, sir.
No memory of those text messages?
No, sir. And you're talking, are you talking motion sensor or there was
I'm
one?
talking motion sensor right now.
Okay, the motion sensors are still, that's different. You're talking about it was actually for a bike alarm, like for somebody stealing a bike, I guess it was. And that was the one that you were referring to. The motion sensors that we've been talking about are posted in the house and those didn't need to be turned on or
I
off.
see. So the motion sensor with the alarm is the one that was outside? Is that what you're saying? The motion sensor with the alarm, the one that makes noise, was not one that was in the house?
No, they were up on the stairs. There's a personal one that you could attach to whatever you wanted to.
Right.
There's one of those, and then there were several on the stairs.
I see. Okay. And the purpose of the one on the stairs one was to make sure you didn't come upstairs.
In the middle of the night, yes, sir.
And the ones that you could attach to a thing, you actually attached to a person, didn't you?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
So let's talk about the cameras then. Well, I guess let me ask you this question. So the motion sensor goes off, the alarm goes off, maybe it doesn't go off, maybe it's not one of the ones that have an alarm on it. So what? How is that a deterrent, or how is that a punishment to Timothy?
That wasn't meant as a punishment. It was to let us know so we could go make sure that he was, he wasn't wandering around. He wasn't getting into taking batteries apart and messing with stuff that he shouldn't have been.
So you wanted to restrict his movements, and you wanted to know if he moved out of the basement area whenever the motion sensors were on.
Yes, sir.
And the cameras are, I think you testified that the camera, at least initially, you put the camera in place in G's room to make sure that he wasn't running around without his clothes on, right?
Yes, sir. When he was a toddler, he would strip down.
How does putting a camera in his room to show him running around restrict him from doing that?
Well, it doesn't restrict it. It was to let us know that he was doing it.
And you have a problem with him running around?
He wasn't potty trained.
Wasn't potty trained, I see. But otherwise, if you're potty trained, it's okay to have your children running around naked?
No.
No. You wouldn't want to have a child running around your house naked, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want G to see his brother running around naked, would you?
No.
Then I'm wondering why the text message that you sent to Paul about Timothy making a mess in the garage was that he had to clean the garage without anything on below the waist, and then he could stand against the wall without anything below his waist.
I don't remember that, sir. I'm sorry.
You don't remember that text message?
No, sir.
Interesting. Take a look at, this is from the larger text messages. This is all the text messages between you and Paul. It's a few hundred, if not 1,000 pages. Take a look at, this is page 5783 if Mr. Johnson wants to reference. The blue is your text messages. Can you read that for the jury, please?
The blue one says, my bigger issue is that you said you checked every minute or so, but checking on the camera would have told you he wasn't listening. I'm not absolving him of responsibility by a long shot, but there are reasons the cameras are in place.
What time was that sent?
4:14 PM, it looks like.
So at 4:14 PM, you're upset with Paul because he's not watching Timothy every minute on the cameras, right?
If I remember correctly, that particular day, yeah, he said he was gonna check. That wasn't, I didn't expect him to check every day, but there were days that were much more challenging. And that was when I asked him to keep a closer eye on.
Where's the text message that describes what the challenging incident was that day?
I don't know, sir. I mean, there was a lot of challenging incidents.
Going upstairs?
No, sir.
Going upstairs was okay during the day?
As long as he was being monitored, yes.
You talked about, we talked about the autism already. You talked about a number of other issues that that Timothy had: bipolar, ADHD. Were there some other ones? Or was it
Sensory
just
processing disorder.
Sensory process. So he had the same disorder that you did.
Yes,
the
sir.
sensory processing disorder.
But there's different manifestations of it.
He had the one where his senses being overloaded didn't make a problem for him. Is that what you're saying?
He was more hyposensitive, which means he didn't react the way a typical person would, as far as less of a reaction. There was a time, I was told about it when we still lived in Oklahoma. I guess he was being given a bath and he fell and hit his jaw, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say he was in pain. Well, I guess he went to someone's bedroom and my oldest son brought him back out and he had completely bitten through his tongue and not said anything. So he did not react as much to stimuli as most people do. There's hypo and hypersensitive, and he was hyposensitive.
And is there medication for that you take?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't.
Do you go to counseling for you, or did you go to counseling for you?
Not for that, no, sir.
For any of your other issues, though?
I have over time. It's been a long time.
But in fact, the entire time Timothy was in the state of Michigan, you never took him to a counselor or a doctor to address any of those issues, did you?
No, sir, I didn't have the insurance information.
You didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have been available to help, did you?
I did actually
Yes or
contact-
no? Did you reach out to any resources
Yes.
in the community? Which ones?
I contacted DHHS about getting him on Medicaid, but they said that because he had other insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
Did you reach out to Community Mental Health, or Health West, I guess it's called now?
I didn't. I wasn't aware of it. I hadn't heard of Health West until I started working in the courthouse.
Right. You worked in this courthouse in the county that you live in for at least an entire summer, as I recall correctly. You never knew that we had a mental health agency here in Muskegon County?
I didn't realize that's what it's for. I honestly, I didn't think about it. As far as resources go, the only thing that I thought about was DHHS for things like Medicaid and food stamps.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the alarms on the doors, and your response to him was that the alarms went on the doors about 3 weeks before Timothy passed away. Is that correct?
Somewhere in there, that was approximating.
Somewhere in there. Okay.
You can look up the Amazon history on my phone.
Well, I'll do you one better than that. This is page 3932 of the text messages from you. Could you go ahead and read that exchange for the jury and the date, please?
Did he say miraculously? No,
This is Paul's response now, right?
Yes. No, I was emphasizing because I turned on the alarm, yet he slipped past. That's not good. We need to put up the other two alarms tonight later on. That's the motion sensors.
But you referred to the alarms.
Yes, sir, I did.
Right. And that was
That's what we called them. That was February.
February.
That was motion sensors.
Months before he died.
Yes, sir.
You just mixed up what an alarm and what a motion sensor is?
Yes, sir. That's why I called them alarms. I didn't call them motion sensors most of the time.
This one's a little bit longer exchange, but if you could read 3996 for me, please.
Just this page?
Nope, the whole thing that's stapled.
Okay. Is it snowing at home currently? KK, Timothy apparently ate my Pop-Tarts a few days back. Not anymore. Are you kidding me? When did he do that? He said he doesn't know the exact day. That's a bunch of BS. And how did he do it? Did he sneak down to the bathroom? He says it was before we had the other alarms. I said, that's not true because we've had those for over a week now.
And you had Pop-Tarts in that box as of this past weekend or Friday at the very latest.
That's still the motion sensors.
Okay,
That's
so
what I call
again,
them.
you refer to the motion sensors as
Yes,
alarms
sir.
there, and you're upset at that point because Timothy's eating some Pop-Tarts. Is that my understanding of this text messages?
In that case, because he stole them, Paul had gotten them for himself and because he stole them.
And that date, I don't know if we read it or not, but you would agree with me that it was, it's on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I wanted to take a look at 3702. Crossed out the parts that it's not really necessary for you to read, and just go ahead and tell the jury that date and what's on there.
The date is January 24th. Okay. Did Timothy have to wash his sheets? Question mark. Yes. I said, ugh, okay, pretty sure that is him pouting over the extra camera and motion sensors.
So, and that was in January of 2022, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
no problem referring to a motion sensor in January of 2022, but suddenly come February, you mix up what an alarm and what a motion detector are.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, you can check my Amazon history.
You don't want to revise your testimony about when it was that you started?
Sorry guys, I'm doing I took the screenshots with my phone. I was trying to update the my thumbnail with like a new picture of her, and it won't send. Of course, this is the day that it's not sending my my emails. So if you see it like pause, I'm screenshotting a couple of shots of what she looks like now so I could update my thumbnail. So sorry. But I think this is appropriate to watch this while we're waiting. Remind us what she did last time on the stand.
Started using alarms on the doors?
No, sir, because it's in my Amazon history when I purchased those.
Now, this won't be all of it, though, the whole thing, because they took breaks. And then at one point, I think it went from 2 days. Paul testified, and then she pretended she got sick and they had to take a break. And then she was lying about something. Remember, she was saying something that, or she shouldn't been able to say or something. They had to stop it. So this won't be her whole testimony, but at least we get to watch some of it.
Mr. Johnson asked you about Timothy being on medication for a lot of his issues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that when he came to you, he was like a zombie, right?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to take him off those medications, didn't you?
No, sir, we couldn't get refills. We had to get a refill through a doctor and we didn't have a doctor.
So your testimony wasn't that you took him off those medications?
I said that I wanted to.
You wanted to?
Yes, sir. At least some of them because he was a zombie. It was horrible.
You wanted to take him off the medications and it happened anyway because you can get refills for him. So you're actually happy that that happened.
Not the way it happened, but he wasn't a zombie afterwards.
But you definitely did not consult with the doctor before you did that.
No, sir, because we ran out.
But you and again, didn't reach out to any, besides the HHS, didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have helped you out with a child with such severe emotional issues that you have to use motion sensors and later alarms and locks on things. You didn't reach out for any resources before you just decided to stop him taking medication.
Before he ran out, I wasn't aware of. Like I said, DHHS is pretty much the main resource that I
Oh
was aware
shoot!
of.
Sorry, guys.
Did you ever talk to somebody and say, "Look, I'm at my wit's end here"? I did reach out to resources and talk to the judge that you were collecting for. I said, "What can I do to get some help here?" Did you ever do any of that?
I talked to some friends at work.
And they
But I didn't
come up
ask.
with an idea?
I didn't ask for resources. I just vented to them, and nobody suggested anything. I didn't ask.
This will be the last one.
Rather unusual the way this question was
Just trying to get a
answered
good
by
shot.
You said there was one time that your mother-in-law saw Timothy.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
One time,
Yes, sir.
just the once.
After the stroke, yes, sir.
Just once in 6 months was the only time.
As far as I remember, yes, sir. That's what I believe.
In fact, you went to great lengths to make sure that the grandmother, that's Grammy, that's the person you
Grammy,
referred to
yes.
as Grammy, right? Your mother-in-law. You went to great lengths to make sure that she wasn't allowed in your home, didn't you?
I mean, that was just because the house was a mess.
Did you have some type of tracking device on her to know where she was?
We had her phone under our phone plan, so I could look up find my iPhone. Because usually when she was that way, Paul wanted to know when she was coming to get Gabriel. Oh, gee, sorry.
Let me show you what's page 4284. This is a lengthy exchange, but go ahead and read that for the jury. It's from, I believe, March 28th.
Soot. Stupid thing writing on my watch. That should have said good. Grammy left home about 10 minutes ago. Hopefully she will not beat me there this time, but please have him ready to go. And please keep a very close eye on your messages. I will track her on the app as I head home. Hey, I need to make sure you're seeing these messages, and please make sure his new shoes are on him. Okay, thank you. And do not let Grammy inside.
Exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, she will probably beat me there, but not by more than a couple minutes. You get clothes on too, please. Okay, go ahead and take Gabriel outside and sit down and stand up against the wall downstairs. You can, it says create the puppy too, but OL and then okay. She should be pulling up pretty soon. Okay, I got it. I'm glad you got it, but you better be outside. He's outside. Do you want to say goodbye?
That's Paul's response back to you, right?
Yes. And I said, yes, I do. I'll be there in just a minute. Headed to the car now. How's it going there? He said, good, already taped to the coat rack.
I think you can stop there. So you're tracking her movements on your phone as you're driving home.
At stoplights, yes, sir.
Because you're worried that she's going to see a messy house.
Yes, sir.
And the solution to that is put Gabriel outside so that he's outside when she gets there, right?
Yes, sir.
That was, I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was March 8th, right? So rather than his grandmother come into the house, even the entryway of the house, in the middle of winter, not middle of winter, on March 8th, your solution was put Gabriel outside, make sure she doesn't come in. Do not let her in the house.
Paul was outside
Exclamation
with him.
point.
I wouldn't, and I've never put him outside by himself. Paul was outside with him.
4044.
Well, I just want to make a comment. Of course you wouldn't put G out by himself. Look what you did to Timothy. But G was like, she was good to him. I think that was the only kid she was actually good to. It seemed like, oh, of course I would never leave G outside by himself. But I would have Timothy outside. Remember when she had him out in the garage freezing or out back doing she used to have him go up and down the stairs or whatever. Or you would leave him in a bathtub, an ice cool bath. And then I don't know that one part. The prosecutor did do such a good job. Hold on, let me tell you. No, I don't remember where it was. I think they might have already brought it up when I was getting coffee. But that one part where she's like talking about hot sauce, and he's like, so would you ever give the dogs hot sauce for a punishment? Well, no, of course. You can't give dogs that. You can't do that to dogs. But you could do that to a human. You could do that to your son, but you can't do that. That wouldn't be right to do that. It's like he called her out like, oh, but you can't do it to dogs, but you could, you know what I'm saying? It was just so ridiculous. And it's like the fact that she said that, it made her sound so ridiculous, and he called her out on it. Yes.
Please also have some decent clothes on in case I need you to bring a little man out. I'm hoping Grammy does not beat me there. It looks like it will be close. He said, okay. Said, I will tell you when to take him outside to wait for her. Just please make sure she doesn't leave until after I get there. I haven't been away from Gabriel at night since this all started, and I wanted to give him a hug and kiss before he goes. Okay. Go ahead and go outside and wait for her. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes before she gets there. Just please don't let her leave until after I get there. She is almost there. Are y'all outside? I would like a response to that message. Question mark. You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of, against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I'm almost there, and I'm more than a little upset at the moment.
You're upset because at that point you don't know whether or not she's going to come into the house, aren't you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response via text message.
Right. So you better have my child standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside. And oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had a better ability to monitor him.
4123. Remember, we're not saying your younger son's name.
Yes. When you get home, please make sure G's face is not a mess and he isn't filthy dirty. And then please get socks and shoes on him and his headphone case in his backpack. And maybe his blue headphones as well. Okay. Also, please watch him, but please have Timothy get those 2 pumpkins off the front porch and into the trash can before Grammy gets there. Grammy isn't supposed to get there till 6:15, but she was early last time, so she might do that again. I hope not. Remember to bang loudly on the door 3 times, please. I will let Timothy know to listen from here for you here in the next few minutes. And Grammy may just beat me there again, which doesn't make me happy, but anyway, if she does, do not let her in the house this time. Okay. Work was fun. I accidentally scratched my palm with a knife opening a bag and then cut my elbow from banging my funny bone on a metal carton.
That was Paul's response back to you.
Yeah.
So that's 3 text exchange all within a couple of weeks of each other where you are absolutely insistent that the boy's grandmother, G's grandmother, not come into the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you're tracking her phone while you're driving home from work. Right?
Yes, sir. I did. I only tracked it when I was stopped. I wouldn't do that while I was driving, but.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you about the leg irons. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that those were Timothy's leg irons, correct? Oh, no, I'm sorry, that they were, your testimony here today was that those were ordered by Paul and Paul would use those on Legos, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, I don't think I testified about I know that they were Paul's purchase. I don't think I actually testified about the Legos. I think that was a conversation with police.
Well, I'll leave the jury to their recollection of that, but I remember you saying Legos, and I'm not ashamed to admit the fact that I'm actually a fan of Legos too, so that's why it stuck out in my mind that you just said it earlier today. But to be clear, your testimony is those were Paul's, those were never used on Timothy, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at that top text message, 5460. Those top 2 text messages. Again, the blue is you.
The Wisely transaction is handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away till we can talk about the sensors and stuff. If not, please say so and can cancel the order.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that message?
No, sir, I don't.
You really do have some memory problems, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's common with PTSD.
God.
Page
That's in
5829, if you could read that last text there.
I love the tone that he said that. Oh, so you do have some memory problems. He's being so, what's the word, sarcastic or so like almost condescending, rightfully so. And she's like, oh yeah, it's common with PTSD. Come on, Shanda. He did not mean that. We see right through you. Oh my Lord.
On to the next page.
He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him.
Go ahead and flip the page and read the next one.
I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
I put the cuffs back behind him. That is your text message.
Yes, sir.
So you use handcuffs on Timothy.
I don't remember, honestly.
You don't remember using?
No, sir.
And you said that the transaction, the Wisely transaction, was the leg cuffs and handcuffs for Timothy. That was your text message.
That's what the message said.
Is that the I don't know as well? You don't remember that one either?
There, between the time of the stroke and Timothy's passing, I don't remember a heck of a lot.
But somehow you can remember when the police ask you about the leg irons and the cuffs, you say those were for Paul for a TikTok video, right?
I think that's what I told
That's
them.
what you told the police?
Yes.
So you don't remember things, but you have the wherewithal to make it look like, no, those don't involve Timothy. Those were Paul's. It's pretty self-serving, isn't it? I'll withdraw the last part. You had the wherewithal to say that the cuffs that they found belonged to Paul when your text message indicates they were actually for Timothy, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the zip ties. Remember?
Yes, sir.
You ever use zip ties on Timothy?
To attach the personal sensor.
Okay.
And then I remember hearing about a conversation about them, yes, on text. I don't remember it, but I remember hearing about it when it was read.
You remember hearing about a conversation. Did that make you stop and go, oh my goodness, we can't be putting Timothy in zip ties?
Yes, I mean, that's what I thought here. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Sure, okay. Well, then this, if you care to read the bottom of 4227, that's Paul's message to you.
This is from earlier. He just won't listen or does something I didn't tell him he could. He just tried claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I didn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists.
This is your response now.
Yeah, leave them as they are and I will check them when I get home and you can tell him that. And if he lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble.
You want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home. You want to revise your earlier answer to the question when you said that you would have said, oh, no, don't use zip cuffs on Timothy?
I don't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't recall that either.
No, sir.
Okay. You seem to be having a lot of difficulty in when it comes to the text messages that are talking about the things that you either did or want done to Timothy. Is that where the memory issues kick in for you?
It's most of what happened. It's not just text messages. And it doesn't just involve him. I mean, the events of the whole 6 months are.
So so all the other text messages that are just about, hey, how's your day going, or get your bike tire fixed, all those types of things, those are all clarity moments, right? You don't have any issues with.
I don't know if I remember. I mean, if you showed me, I don't know if I'd remember them or not, honestly. We sent a lot of text messages.
No, but what I guess that was a clumsy way of asking that question. You're certainly capable of engaging in a conversation with Paul that's not about anything for Timothy, right?
I mean, I would assume so. As far as memory goes, my memory of those is not.
Well, we'll just see what your explanation is for this. So this is 5785. This is June 21st of 2022. This is a week or so after that picture, and we'll get to the picture in a minute that you say that you never saw. Go ahead and read your text message to Paul.
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without, it says house sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce one first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before you can eat the others.
What time is that sent?
8:05 p.m.
To the second, please.
18.
Okay. What's your next text message?
8:05:47.
30 seconds or so later.
Yes, sir. I was using Siri because I was driving.
Yeah.
You could tell by the issues with the text message.
Sure.
I found enough in change to get Gabriel some chicken nuggets and French fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total. So we will be home as soon as I do that.
You remember sending the hot sauce text?
I don't remember sending either one of these texts, sir.
Don't remember sending either one of those?
No, sir, I don't.
But you can process that Timothy needs to eat some bread with hot sauce on it. But you scrounged up enough change to make sure that G gets some chicken nuggets and fries. Within 30 seconds. Processing that all in your mind. Sending it all out in a text message, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I use Siri.
Let's talk about the photograph. It's People's 36A. Mr. Johnson asked you about it, so if you remembered the text exchange, including the photograph of Timothy, right?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen that a couple of times. I don't think they need to see it again right now. Let's go ahead and read the exchange there, starting with the message that Paul sent to you with the photograph.
Timothy tried to sneak food. I yelled at him, and then he became momentarily unresponsive, and then I saw this. He's bone thin, Mama. I think we need to actually feed him.
Okay. And what's your response to that?
I said, Kay, give him bread, please. And then I said, I hear you, give PB sandwiches and water.
That was that picture that I was talking about. So they're reading through the text. And if you guys want to hear all of the text, check out my playlist. Me and another person why can't I remember who read it with me? But me and somebody else ended up reading all of the text. And we showed him. I didn't show the pictures. I showed some of the pictures that they sent, but not. I didn't show 2 of them because they were just. So that one, he sends a picture of Timothy. He's holding up his shirt like this to show. So Paul must have had him pull up his shirt to show, like, Mom, look, he doesn't look good. So he's like holding up his shirt, and Paul takes a picture. I swear to God, it's the nothing has ever made me like it took my breath away how bad it was. And he's still alive here. And like I said, it was weeks before he died. And her response is, oh, okay, give him some bread. Bread? This boy needs a good, huge, nice meal. He needs a doctor.
You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Unresponsive.
Next page.
Oh, I can't with this woman.
Also, it's no wonder he's hardly capable of standing.
Then this one was photographs of his legs, right?
Yeah, and then I said, I'm in court.
Yeah, that's right. So they do that one, and then there's another photograph of just his legs. Horrible.
So is it really your testimony that you never saw that photograph?
I do not recall seeing it. That was it. I feel like I want to throw up.
You don't recall seeing the photograph, right?
No, sir.
The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. You literally use the word see in your text message about see what you mean. But your testimony today is, I didn't look at the photograph. I didn't see the photograph.
Yes, sir. It's a phrase that you use.
It's a phrase that you use. I see what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that usually when you see the things that the people are talking about?
Sometimes.
I'm wondering why your response to your son saying that your other child is bone thin and needs to eat, actually feed him. That's the phrase. Actually feed him, right?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Right. And your response to that is, okay, give him bread, please. What bread with peanut? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not. Goodness.
All right, we're back in the record in file 23110 FC. People versus Shanda VanderArk. All right. Mr. Ambrose, did your client, was she able to get some medication or no?
No, not yet.
All right. I know there's some bureaucracy stuff that goes on between
Yeah.
the deal and
The MDOC is the one that would dispense it, since my understanding, because she's not in Muskegon County custody, that have to go through MDOC. So I did send an email to the person in charge of the MDOC, who would be the person that could authorize at least some medication.
how is her headache now?
Not good. I mean,
all right. All right. I did get a copy of the medical records. I'm assuming that we don't want to make those a part of the record, at least certainly not an open part of the record. I guess, how do you guys want to proceed with that? I can make them a confidential part of the record.
Stipulate to any sort of protective order that the defense would want.
Mr. Ambrose is
that's fine.
okay. So I'll make them part of the record. We'll call it the court's exhibit number 1. It'll be a confidential record. The court did have a chance to review those records. It looks like on the 22nd, without going into all the details, looks like on the 22nd, Ms. VanderArk complained of that she felt like she was going to pass out. I don't think there's any indication in these records that she did in fact pass out. There was some concern with some thyroid issues when she was eating apples, I guess, and they basically told her, don't eat apples. That's what's in the records. So there's nothing in these records about her actually losing consciousness. She reported that she was going to pass out. There's also indication that she asked for some Dramamine for the trip to Muskegon because she typically gets car sickness. So that's kind of in line with the testimony that she felt sick on the way here, but she at least indicated that she gets car sick. So unless I'm missing something, it sounds like they sent her because there was no concern. So based on the records and what we've already done here, I think she's competent, and we're going to move forward today. I am concerned that she reported losing consciousness when a medical person indicates that she complained of feeling like she was losing consciousness, and that she's now kind of amplified for whatever reason, I don't know. But I am concerned about that, the fact that she misrepresented that to her attorney, potentially, that she actually lost consciousness, because there's no record of that in the prison. So anyway, anything else before we move on, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, the only way that, she would have to report to the medical personnel that she actually did lose consciousness. So
Well, I mean, she okay, I get it, but the quote is, quote, "I felt like I was going to pass out. I have tremors that are severe." That's what she reported on the visit November 22nd, 2025 at 6:45. And she was treated. She says the administrative note was that she was advised on site that the above patient came to the clinic concerned of dizziness and a tingling throat. The tingling throat was transient and only when she ate apples. And it says the RN advised patient had a reddened throat, no swelling or lymph node enlargement noted. And eventually the treatment is, it says she did palpate in a large thyroid. However, the patient is, why don't I get into that? Says RN still had concerns about patient's fall risk. The RN exam otherwise unremarkable. RN gave the patient detail prior to calling. I advised RN to tell the patient to stop eating apples. Other than that, I did not have orders for this patient. So that's what happened on the 22nd, at least according to the note. Like I said, I don't know what happened, but these are medical records by individuals that I don't know if they'd have a reason to lie, quite frankly, if they're making a medical record. So based on that, I don't see a serious medical issue that is to the concern of the court. So anything else, Mr. Ambrose, on that? I mean, she can testify if she wants about what she's going through. That's fine. But if the request is for an adjournment because of a medical issue, I don't see it. So I'm not going to delay this anymore. This is, in my opinion, Mr. Ambrose, she's misrepresented and through you to the court that she passed out. She did not pass out. So I'm moving on. I think this is gamesmanship on her part, and it's now 11 o'clock on a hearing that we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. The court's been very patient with this, and we need to go. So,
okay.
Anything else?
No.
Ms. Bloomquist. All right. So, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing.
Yeah.
You can call any opening statements on either side, or do you want to just get straight into witnesses?
We can go straight into it.
All right. You can call your first witness. All right, Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up front here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, sir.
This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My name is Fred Johnson, Fredjohnson.
Mr. Ambrose, you're welcome to stay at the table or the
Okay.
podium, whichever you prefer. So you
Appreciate
can stay standing, stay sitting. It's up to you, okay?
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you represented Shanda VanderArk, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you recall You're an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when you became an attorney?
1984.
You know, and I apologize, Your Honor, before we start. Ms. VanderArk, Mr. Johnson may be getting into some confidential information. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that by going forward with this type of hearing, that he's going to relay some confidences.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, sir.
Okay. With that disclosure, Your Honor, I'm going to proceed with.
Okay, anything else we should put on the record regarding that you want, Ms. Bloomquist? Okay, all right, good enough.
You know, what year did you become an attorney?
1984.
Okay, and where'd you go to law school?
Thomas M. Cooley.
And so from 1984, have you always practiced criminal law?
I have always practiced criminal law, yes.
Okay, and has your license, have you continuously been an attorney ever since 1984?
No, sir. My license was suspended last year for 6 months.
And what was that? So it was suspended last year for 6. What was the reason why it was suspended?
Violation of confidentiality, conflict of interest rules.
Okay. And that was while you were a public defender?
Yes.
And when you represented Ms. VanderArk, you were a public defender. Is that true as well?
Yes.
And the initial allegation that was lodged against you, when does that go back to?
Oh, gosh, that was, I couldn't tell the year, 5 years ago, perhaps 6.
And when was the complaint issued against you?
2024 is my guess.
Okay. And
2023, perhaps.
Did you admit to the grievance?
Yes, I did.
And what did you admit to?
I admitted that I had received information from one client while representing another client, and the person who the information I received was the victim in that case, in the second client's case.
And again, this was while you were the public defender?
Yes, sir.
When did you take on that role?
2013,
And
September.
what did your office consist of?
In 2013,
Throughout the years?
it grew over the years.
Okay.
We started, I think we're at 13, and by the time I left, we're in our 20s, maybe 25, 26.
Okay.
And that includes staff as well.
So you mentioned that you admitted to the allegations within the grievance.
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do as a result of your suspension?
I was suspended for 6 months, so I could not practice law. There's a fine and costs.
Were you required to take any type of classes?
Was I required to? No, I didn't. I was not required to. I did, but I was not required to.
What type of classes did you take?
On ethics, conflict of interest.
Okay. And did you testify at any of these hearings?
Which hearings? The ethical issues hearings?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if it was testimony or not. I made a sworn statement at the time of my initial interview, and I spoke to the state bar, and I think that was under oath as well. So that both might be considered testimony.
Okay. And part of the part of your disclosures were that you're more or less overworked. Is that accurate?
Was I overworked? I think I was.
And would you disagree with, I was working too long, I was working too many cases, too much stuff, too many irons in the fire? Is that something that you may have said?
Yes, sir.
Any disagreement about that?
No, sir.
Also, basically, when I was a public defender, I was working on a conveyor belt system. And the problem that came up on the belt next is the one I tackled and tried to keep the other ones juggling until I could fix them as well. Does that sound like something you might have said?
Yes, sir.
Now, this case with regard to Ms. VanderArk, do you recall when you initially, how is the assignment system conducted in Muskegon County?
You mean back then or now?
When you were assigned?
When I was public defenders?
Yes.
Okay. The attorneys are assigned to judges, and whatever case the judge received, that attorney assigned to that judge will receive that particular assignment. Normally that was the situation, unless something came up and then we'd have to change assignment for whatever purpose might have occurred.
Is there a private bar that receives assignments as well, or is it just everything that every indigent client goes through the public defender's office?
Things have changed over the year. Things have changed over the years. Currently, all the indigent individuals go through the public defender's office. There is a private bar, however. Are there assignments to the private bar? On occasion there are, and there were.
Upon receiving the assignment, do you recall when you would have first talked to Ms. VanderArk?
I would assume it was before the preliminary examination, but I don't have a specific recollection of any particular dates.
At any point in time at the preliminary examination, with your initial conversation with Ms. VanderArk, did she ever admit to any type of guilt?
No, sir.
All right. Now, she contended that she was innocent throughout this case, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She testified, right?
Yes, she did.
She never admitted to any type of wrongdoing that caused the death of her son.
That is correct.
Now, while you were assigned to the case, did you have Ms. VanderArk see a professional with regard to competency or criminal responsibility?
I had Ms. VanderArk see several professionals, 2 doctors, and we employ social workers on our staff.
With regard to, do you recall having Ms. VanderArk seen by Colin King, Dr. Colin King?
I do recall that.
And in Mr. King's report, did he do a report?
He did.
And do you recall what the results of that report were?
I don't recall the specific results. I recall the conversation we had in regards to that report.
As part of his conclusions, would you agree or disagree that he mentioned that Ms. VanderArk continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
I don't recall that specifically. If you have the report, it might refresh my recollection, but I don't argue with that statement. It sounds, generally speaking, is what I recall.
May I approach the you may.
Here. Yes, sir.
And that is, it's an accurate statement that she had stated that to this doctor that she felt that she did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to trial on that basis, right?
We went to trial because she was charged, sir.
And she proclaimed her innocence, right?
Even had she not proclaimed her innocence, we would have gone to trial and she's charged with first-degree murder. But yet, proclaimed her matter.
Were there any offers made to Ms. VanderArk? Now, Ms. VanderArk testified at trial, right?
Correct.
And she again proclaimed her innocence to the charges, right?
That is correct.
And there was an incident on the day of her testimony where she had a physical reaction to seeing a photograph of her son. Do you recall that?
I believe that was, if we're talking about the situation where she turned and there was a trash can there and she appeared to I don't know if she actually did vomit, but she had, the body language was indicating that's what was going on. I was sitting in the chair over there where the prosecutor is.
And during her cross-examination was, you described the cross-examination for us.
Aggressive and effective.
Okay, aggressive and effective. And did you see Ms. VanderArk after court that day?
I don't believe I went out to the jail to see her after court that day, no.
Okay, did you go into lockup with her after court?
I can't honestly tell you that.
Right. The next day, can you tell us what happens?
And if my recollection is correct, the next day, court was resumed and my client, Ms. VanderArk, was unable to attend. She was unable to come to the hearing, as I recall.
And you reported that to the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated to the court that she had some competency issues at that point. Is that correct?
Some competency?
That she wasn't able to proceed.
Yes, and yes, sir.
May I approach you then here? And this is, I'm showing you a transcript of December 15th, 2023. It's on page 3. If you can just read that portion.
Yes, sir.
And so you indicated to the court that she wasn't competent to proceed, is that right?
That is the word I use, sir.
Okay. And describe to us what she was going through.
She was, when I went to visit her, she was curled up in a ball on the floor. She was crying. She was upset. She expressed that she couldn't returned to court. She expressed that she was upset, that she was stressed, that she was experiencing, and I'm sorry, I forget the word. She's experiencing a period of where she's so emotional she can't function intellectually.
And based upon that, you reported that to the court.
Yes, sir.
And you also, do you recall reporting to the court as well as that if we waited until, or adjourned the matter until Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of the following week, we'd be in the same situation?
I don't recall, but I'm not arguing with that. I assume you have transcripts there. I don't recall saying that, but.
If you look on page 4.
Which paragraph, sir?
The second full paragraph,
Okay.
starting with the word 1.
Okay.
And you agree that you told the court, we couldn't guarantee to the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday of next week, we'd be in any different situation than we are right now.
That is what I said.
And was that an accurate assessment?
That was my assessment at the time. Yes, sir.
Do you, okay, so one of the things that you argued to the, or suggested to the jury was that Ms. VanderArk was guilty of manslaughter. Is that right?
That she was guilty of manslaughter.
Yes.
I don't know if I used that term. I don't recall arguing on the manslaughter issue. Can you tell me which page?
Yes. I have this broken up, but it's on page 84.
Okay. Do I have it?
Yes, in the back.
Okay. Whereabouts on 84, Council?
It's actually on the very last page, page 80.
All right.
First full paragraph. And you told the jury, these people, and I'm assuming you meant Paul as well, these people committed manslaughter. That's what they did.
Yes, sir.
They caused the boy's death. That's
Yes,
what
sir.
you said. Now, Ms. VanderArk never gave you consent to say that she was guilty of anything, did she?
No, sir.
And so you kind of took it upon yourself to make that argument to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further.
Morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit more into your experience. How many years have you been a practicing attorney?
41 this year.
And how many years of that as the chief public defender for Muskegon County?
2013 to 2024, so 11 years.
Is it fair to say in your role as the chief public defender, you would take some of the more severe cases that the county has seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I'm on the roll here.
Now, just sort of getting into some of the comments that were brought out from your sworn statement or things like that. There's discussions about your workload. Do you recall that? And maybe feeling like you had a conveyor belt system.
Yes, ma'am.
Did a case like this fall into the same category of cases you were discussing in that?
No, the cases like this get the spotlight. They come out of the group, of the pack, and we place not only my efforts, but the social workers and other attorneys on staff. We all work on cases of this magnitude.
Okay. So although there's testimony by you to the effect of being overworked and that impacting some of your cases, is that an accurate sort of representation of what's said?
It certainly impacted the one where I saw that information and I shouldn't have seen it. It impacted there. That's what I think has happened. So, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and that's okay. And just to be very clear, the case for which you had your suspension had absolutely nothing to do with this case, correct?
That's correct.
No witnesses between, Paul and Ms. VanderArk. That wasn't the conflict at issue.
That's correct.
Okay, it was a wholly unrelated matter.
Yes, ma'am.
And while we're on that topic, did you have to sit in that exact same witness chair and again they're hearing on that case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified about the allegations and the conflict that was alleged?
Yes, ma'am.
So getting back into your prep on this case specifically, let's walk the court through your preparation for trial. Let's start with prelim.
Okay.
Walk us through your preparation for preliminary examination on this case.
Well, I assume all lawyers do. You receive information called discovery, and you pour over it. You go out and see your client. You talk to your client about what's going on and what her impressions are. You come back and you go over it again. You bring in other attorneys to take a look at issues. You run issues by them, see if they have any similar experiences or any pointers that they may want to bring to bear. You bring another attorney in, usually a younger attorney in to sit in this, to watch the whole process. We also employed interns here. So the beauty of interns is, whereas I may have multiple cases, they only have the one, and they pour over the documents and the materials. And if there's anything in there that they see, then they can bring it to my attention. But it's a fallback situation, so we can bring other eyes on it. And there was no different than here, Ms. VanderArk. We did all these things. We worked dozens of hours just for the preliminary examinations, and we were ready to go.
So it sounds like you created a team, so to speak, for Ms. VanderArk.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say were on that team?
Over time, coming and going, over time, from the time we got the case to the time we ended, maybe 4 lawyers, an investigator, 2 or 3 social workers, so we're up to 9, and a half a dozen interns, so about 15, 16, something around that line.
So 15 or 16 people working on her case specifically?
Over the course of time, yes.
Okay. And as part of your preparation for trial, now let's shift to preparation for trial. You talked about hours for preliminary examination. Could you describe to the court your preparation for trial?
Well, at this point, we've had time, a year, to look at this thing. We've brought in experts to examine my client. We've gone out to the scene of the crime and taken photographs and walked around, got the feel of the place. We've talked to multiple folks who we were considering experts, but we ultimately didn't hire. We spoke to outside social workers to see if any of them had come across any episodes along the similar line. We even saw an article in People magazine about a woman who'd thrown her kids out the window and then jumped herself. And quite frankly, it was eerily similar. And quite frankly, I'm still convinced there's something to do with my client's conduct. But it was hundreds of hours by then. And I'll put in a couple hundred hours myself on it, and then you add in what everybody else is doing. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort. And I've told her I think if she had to hire, she'd spend $1 million on what we did for her in terms of trying to prepare and defend her on this case.
So just so I'm clear, you yourself dedicated hundreds of hours
Yes, ma'am.
personally to this case?
Yes, ma'am. It was either I'm reading something or I'm talking to somebody. I'm looking for this needle in the haystack. I believe then, and I believe now, there's something wrong with my client, and that there's somebody out there who would be able to tell me what it was. And I still believe that to this day.
So I want to dive a little bit deeper. You said that you sought out experts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were some of your experts from the Center for Forensic Psychiatry? The sort of state-run?
We use the appellate defender has a website, and they have a listing of witnesses, expert witnesses that other lawyers have used, and we use their list in determining which ones to approach. We also use here from the other lawyers in the office. Have you used anyone in these circumstances? Do you know of anyone? And those are the lists we use.
Okay. And so I know the record will reflect this, but I want to ask you, do you recall having a criminal responsibility report done for Ms. VanderArk?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
And do you recall also having a criminal competency report done as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And now those were ones that I believe were filed with the court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there reports that you or examinations that were done and reports that were drafted that were not filed with the court on Ms. VanderArk's behalf?
I don't know if we filed Dr. King's report or not. I don't think we did.
Okay. And did you also get a report from a George Watson Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that ever provided to any, to the court or to the parties?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did a lot of investigation into experts who could testify about her mental state?
I think that is fair.
Why didn't you present those experts?
The conclusions the experts provided would have been supportive of a verdict of guilty of murder. Their positions were uniformly and enthusiastically negative towards my clients. They would have been prosecution witnesses had we presented their findings.
So you intentionally did not call these experts?
That is correct. We intentionally did not call them.
And that choice was made after a thorough investigation of their opinions, correct? Or I guess explain the investigation that went into that determination.
Dr. King, for instance, when I spoke to him, his response was, "She's a monster." His response was, "She's the worst thing he'd ever seen." And he's a man who testified for mass murders. I did not want to bring his testimony in. Dr. King simply said that she was competent at the time and she was competent for trial, and and that's not what I wanted the jury to hear. I want the jury to hear that there's something wrong with her.
So let's get into, and I hate to zoom out here from these details, but what was your overall strategy?
The overall strategy was to attack the issue of premeditation, that my client premeditated when she caused the death of this young man. Our strategy was to demonstrate that through especially her text messages, that she was, for whatever reason, unaware that her son was suffering and was close to death. And we tried, especially with her text messaging at the time, to demonstrate that that was the case.
And I know you previously said you were looking for a needle in a haystack for something in your defense, correct?
We were looking for the cause. If you understand the facts involved in this case, this young man was her son. This young man, she could have refused him. She could have refused even to take him into her home. She brought him into her home to care for him. This young man was killed in the most brutal, heinous way that you can imagine, the two, and it probably is just because that's the way I'm built. I just can't believe that a healthy person would have done the things that she did. I don't believe it to this day.
Now, the realities of this case and the nature of it is something you have to factor in your preparation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did, in
Yes.
fact, do that?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence? Yes.
And now you've talked about these hundreds of hours. Have you also, in preparation for this trial, did you engage in witness preparation
Of my client?
of anybody?
Yes, we talked to my client about her role and how we were going to decide once we got there if she's going to testify and the sorts of things she might be asked and the sorts of things that we'd be asking of her. Our only other witnesses would have been the experts had they been called. And so there wasn't anyone, or the social workers. And since we didn't call any of those folks, it wasn't necessary to prep any other witnesses for testimony.
And additionally, in preparation, did you evaluate filing motions to suppress or other sort of pretrial motions
Yes.
on this case?
Certainly. And that was the value of the groupthink. You have several lawyers and you're asking them, and an investigator, what about this issue? What about that issue? Should we file a motion on it? Should we attempt to take it to the Court of Appeals? We lose that sort of thing. All those issues were discussed.
Did you also prepare for your voir dire in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware there's an allegation that you did not prepare for voir dire in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, did you provide to me some documentation from your file regarding your voir dire?
I did.
Your Honor, would you like the people to be numbers or letters given today's proceeding?
Let's do numbers. We'll stick with consistency unless someone's pre-marked exhibits, but we'll do numbers.
Okay. I'm going to be showing, may I approach?
You may.
All right, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Could you identify what this is for the record?
Yes, this is my standard voir dire sheet, in which 4 pages of questions that I may or may not be asking depending on the nature of the case, but certain things that I want to make sure I cover and ask the juror or potential juror before they're seated.
Okay. Do you recall if you used this preparatory document in your trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I know this is a blank version, but did you take notes on it during the trial? Or?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Ambrose?
I'm sorry.
He's been moving for admission.
Oh, I have no objection to it.
All right, so Exhibit 1 is
You can
admitted
just leave that.
without objection.
What did you do to prepare for voir dire? Was it all contained in this document, or what else did you do?
No, ma'am. The day before, a couple of days before a jury trial, the list of potential jurors are made available to the parties. We got that list, and there's some information. It used to be better when it was handwritten, but now the computer stuff is not as helpful. But there is information, and I say myself and the interns go over this information to discuss potential jurors. We're looking for folks that we want to keep on the jury and folks we don't want on there, and so we're going over these things and we're asking questions back and forth. Do you know these people? Have you met these people? Are these people, witness? Are they friendly to us? Would they be hostile to us? And we're going over that list. And so we've got notes. When we come into court, we have notes on the witness list that they gave us as to individuals we may not be called, we may not wish to sit on the jury. A police officer. If there's a police officer, we're probably going to ask him to be removed or her to be removed. So we go over that. Then when we get to when we prepare, we're looking at which of these questions are important to us and which ones are not. The way voir dire works, as you know, they're asked did you hear all the questions and would you answer any different? So you can't ask the same questions over and over. So what I try to do during my voir dire is specifically save out some questions so that every time I take somebody out, I have new questions for them. The whole panel hears them, but they're new questions, and they kind of help keep the interest of the rest of the panel. So that is part of the voir dire preparation. The reality with voir dire is, if you pick a bad jury, the case is over. You're done. You've gotta emphasize that part, because if the jury's not listening to you, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are afterwards. The voir dire has to be effective for your client. So we put a lot of emphasis on it.
And you specifically did in this case.
I specifically did in this case.
Now, is also part of your voir dire come from experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you give a rough estimate before this trial, how many jury trials you have conducted?
Misdemeanor, oh gosh, misdemeanor and felony, maybe 2 or 3 a year, felonies. And back when before I became a public defender, 10 or 15 misdemeanor cases, literally a couple hundred. I don't know. I've lost track a long time ago.
You don't keep a sheet with them?
Yeah, at least 10, 15 a year for 30 years. So.
Thank you. But you have vast experience in selecting a jury, correct?
I've done it many, many times.
And is part of selecting a jury knowing potential jurors out in the gallery that might be called up if you excuse somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, do you see your obligation as a defense attorney to make sure you use every preempt, or to make sure you get the best jurors seated in those seats?
I want the best panel, and I tell my folks, the young folks, it's not how many questions you ask the right questions. You don't need to ask 100 questions. So there are occasions when my voir dire may be brief, but hopefully it's effective. And I'm talking, and as Judge Casel will tell you, I talk loud. Everyone in the courtroom can hear me when I'm doing my voir dire. I speak to the people out the back as well as in the panel. So yes, I'm aware of the panel here, but I'm also aware of who's sitting out there in the jury. Sometimes taking a person off the jury doesn't mean you're going to replace them with someone better. That's the Detroit Lions philosophy. Just because you replace somebody doesn't mean they're going to be better. Sometimes once you got the best you have, you stop talking.
Did you feel like you had a good panel in this case when you concluded voir dire?
Every lawyer says, I want a fair jury. We don't. We want a jury that's going to do what we want. I want a jury that's going to say not guilty. I got a jury as close to that as I was going to get from this panel.
So I'd like to shift a little bit and move into your interactions with the defendant. Do you recall, and it can be approximate, how many times you met with her personally?
Gracious, no. I couldn't meet with her. Well, okay, me personally. Gosh. No, it was, I tried to get her at least every other month. So if we had a year, maybe 6 times, maybe. And then during trial, gosh, and then after trial, and then are you counting the time after trial when I went to Jackson to meet with her?
Well, let's
Or just before trial?
let's say before trial.
Okay.
But then I'll get into the Jackson.
Half dozen, somewhere between 6 and 10, something like that.
And that was while she was lodged at the Muskegon County Jail?
That is correct.
Okay. How did those meetings go? What was the general atmosphere?
The meetings went very well, notwithstanding what she was convicted of. Ms. VanderArk was a wonderful client. She was a client from heaven. We talked. Her conversations were on point. She used time well. She didn't keep me after the point of the visit was over. She asked good questions. She responded well. We had and we have a wonderful attorney-client relationship.
And so it sounds like she was a cooperative
Oh,
client.
absolutely, always.
And she had, would you say, above average understanding of the proceedings and what was coming with the trial?
she's a lawyer. She went to law school. She graduated from law school. She missed one question on her bar examination. She clerked for 2 judges. She must have sat in on a dozen felony murder cases, sat in and watched them. So she had as much experience with the law as somebody who has never practiced could possibly have. She was, and our interactions were tailored towards that. It's not one cookie cutter for every client. Her situation was different. She could understand and put together the facts and circumstances in a way that a layperson couldn't do, and that was very effective for her and very and I appreciated it.
And in those discussions with her, is it fair to say you discussed trial strategy with her?
Yes.
Okay, what was that trial strategy?
The trial strategy initially, and hopefully when we began, was to find that there was no intention, there was no premeditation, and that there is something mentally wrong with the person that committed this offense. Quite frankly, as I would tell my folks when I first met her, and in the first 6-7 months we worked on this, I would tell them there must be somebody else living in that head along with her, because the person I knew and the person who did these things, they just didn't matter. So our hope was to find somebody who could put a finger. This is what she has. This is what's wrong with her. When that proved to be didn't bear fruit, we moved to, okay, when did she perform? When did she create the intention to even injure her son? Because our argument was she never formed it.
Did you discuss manslaughter with her?
Yes, manslaughter, murder in second degree, all the homicide crimes we discussed, each and every one of them.
And you read portions of your closing argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her about conceding manslaughter in your closing?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Why did you concede manslaughter?
The volume of evidence and the type of evidence was massive. And if you look at a jury and you tell them that nothing's wrong when it's clear to even somebody hasn't been intention that something wrong has happened, you lose them. And when you lose credibility with the jury, they never listen to what you have to say after that. Quite frankly, I was hoping for murder too. I told them manslaughter because that would give them the space to move up but I was hoping that they would see me as a fair dealer, as an honest person who looked them in the eye and told them, this is what's going on, and I'm not going to try to lie to you or put a lawyer tricks and fool you. If the gun, if the glove don't fit it, you must have quit that stuff. I'm an honest guy. This is what I honestly think, and this is why you should think it. So I had to concede something because, quite frankly, the evidence was overwhelming, and the prosecutor hadn't even put in his best evidence.
And at the time of closing argument, is it fair to say that Ms. VanderArk was not assisting you in your closing argument, given her mental or her physical state in the jail?
We had before the day that morning, we had stopped talking about what we were doing in court, and it was just a conversation of, will you come to court? That's all we talked about. Will you come to court? And when she couldn't, then we went back to court and we finished up. We had talked about the things I would say, generally speaking, during the course of my representation of her. But the reality is a closing argument is as much art form as in science. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say every time. So I couldn't tell her exactly. She understood the plan. Did she know exactly what I was going to say? No, because I didn't know exactly what I was going to say.
But I want to just clarify, though, your decision to concede manslaughter wasn't an off-the-cuff decision.
Oh, no, it was not. No, it was not.
And you conducted some investigation and you put a lot of thought into doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to shift gears here into her competency. How many cases have you handled where someone has been referred for competency or criminal responsibility examinations?
3 or 4 a year, so 30 or 40.
Okay. And so have you had situations where you have somebody who absolutely can assist you in any aspect of the court proceeding?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case?
No.
Okay. And during trial, was Ms. VanderArk alert to her being Ms. VanderArk?
Yes.
Was she alert to she was in Judge Casel's courtroom
Yes.
and that it was the date and time that it was that year?
Yes.
Okay. And she was actively assisting you, it sounds like?
She was.
Okay. And was she assisting by writing notes while you were at counsel table?
Yes. And that was what I do is I can't listen to the witness chair and my client at the same time. So I give them a pad and pen and ask them to write notes and slide them over to me.
And without getting necessarily into what she was writing, was the content of what she was writing coherent?
Yes.
It was attuned to time and place?
Yes.
It was appropriate for what was going on in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about Thursday after she testified. Now, you don't recall if you went into the holding cell or the jail with her after the testimony concluded?
Okay, let's make sure I understand. When trial was over, did I go into the jail? Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. That was a poorly worded question. When the proceedings on Thursday, not the last day, but the day she concluded her cross-examination,
Yes.
when that day concluded, did you go to the jail to meet with her?
I believe I saw her in the holding cell, which is back here behind the jury room. I think after each day, myself and the social worker involved, we go back and we talk to her for a few minutes, but then we break. That was the plan. Did it always happen every day? I don't remember. I think we did most days. I don't know if we did that day.
So you wouldn't be able to say how she was appearing outside of the courtroom after that?
I have no recollection of her after she walked out of the court that day. Then I don't recall.
Okay. So let's move into that Friday morning.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
you've already testified about. And you described that she was in a holding cell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was in the holding cell with you?
My Ms. VanderArk and my caseworker. Who's my caseworker? My social worker was there. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Give me a minute. I don't remember which one it was.
Would it be Melinda Katecki?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that was Melinda.
Do you remember a couple of jail deputies also being there?
They were in the area, but they weren't in the cell with us. There's a cell area and they stand outside of that. They weren't in the cell with us.
Okay, so to your recollection, it was you, Ms. Katecki, and your client.
That's my recollection.
Okay. And you indicated that she was on the ground curled up?
She's on the floor curled up against the wall.
Okay. And could you tell the court what your conversation is with her? Like at the start of that morning, when you first walk
Okay.
in, what's the conversation?
Are you okay? What's going on? Can I get you something? What are you feeling? Can you explain to me what's going on? What was the situation? Ms. Kotecki was also talking to her, the same sorts of questions. What's wrong?
And what did Ms. VanderArk reply?
Effectively, I can't quote her, is what she said. Her response was that she could no longer, she could not go up into the courtroom today. She couldn't take the trial today. She was having an episode and she just couldn't tolerate being in the courtroom today.
And at some point you come up to the trial court and you place on the record
Yes.
what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in that you stated you discussed Ms. VanderArk's options, correct?
Yes.
Did you in fact discuss her options on how to proceed that morning?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that conversation to the court?
We explained to her that option one was to come back into court and just sit there. We're not going to put you on the stand again today, just sit there. Option two was for us to go back and ask the judge to adjourn. That was in fact plan A, to ask for an adjournment to give her, or at least some breathing spell. When this happened a time previously, the judge gave her 5 minutes, but we already had an hour or so in on this thing. So so that was plan B. Plan C was to continue to represent her. If the judge said go, we're going to go.
Did Ms. VanderArk want the adjournment?
Yes.
Did she want, and if the adjournment wasn't available, I guess, did you discuss waiving her right to be present at court?
I don't think, I don't recall. I don't think I did. I don't think I told her that she had a right to refuse to come to court.
If she signed an affidavit saying that she is voluntarily choosing not to come to court, would that refresh your recollection?
It does. You're correct.
Okay.
That she did sign an affidavit to that effect.
Okay. And did you know that that was happening, or were you aware that that was something that was being drafted for her to sign?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so does that refresh your recollection about the conversation?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that your recollection's refreshed, do you recall explaining to her ability to waive her presence?
Yes, I remember in the context of the affidavit. I think we came downstairs a couple times, and when we came down and said, "This is what's going to happen. You have this. If you don't want to be there, you have to let us know." And she signed an affidavit to that effect.
Did you coerce her in any way not to come to court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want her to come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been better for your case if she came to court?
It would have been better. Yes, ma'am.
Did you feel like she understood what was happening to sign that affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least to make the choice to not come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, I shuffled my notes here. Now, when you were asked about using the word competency, I believe it was on page 3 of that transcript you have there, you said, "Well, that's the word I used." Could you explain your response to that question?
I used it in the layman's vernacular as competency, not as in the legal standard as competency. I didn't mean that she, as lawyers know, that she couldn't participate or that she couldn't understand. I didn't mean it. I meant it as a layman would use the word competent. She just wasn't ready to go. She wasn't able to write me those notes or to whisper in my ear or to participate as I would want her to have. Her life's on the line. It's a murder trial. I want her to be fully able, I was going to say competent again, to participate in the process. This is her chance. This is her chance. And I didn't want her to leave that courtroom thinking that she left cards on the table or whatever the expression might be.
So it was not your impression that she was legally incompetent the morning of that Friday morning?
That is correct.
Now, had Ms. VanderArk, and I know the court's referenced this before, but Ms. VanderArk had episodes before, correct?
In my presence, she'd had, if we're not talking about when she saw the photograph, in my presence, she'd had one episode, but she expressed to me during the course of our representation that she'd had others.
Okay. And one of those episodes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you observed the episode at the preliminary examination where her co-defendant was called to the stand and she had an episode, correct?
I don't remember the timing. She had the episode of the prelim.
Okay. And the record will speak for itself about
Yes,
when?
ma'am.
Okay. Shifting gears a little bit. Now, it wasn't your strategy to discuss hydration in depth, was it?
Was it my decision?
Dehydration and.
No, ma'am.
Why didn't you focus on dehydration?
It seemed to me that dehydration, along with the corporal punishments, along with the deprivation of food, along with all the other burdens that young man had to go through, were part and parcel of the same issue. Our argument was she did not form the intent to injure this child. So whether she injured him with dehydration, or she injured him by starving him, or she injured him by thermal, it wasn't an issue. The issue is, did she intend? Did she know? Did she create the intention in her mind to hurt this boy? And that was the issue. So I didn't concentrate on the other issues that the coroner said went into causing his death either, because they just weren't the issue I wanted this jury to concentrate on.
So that was a conscientious choice on your part.
Sure, and we weren't arguing that the boy was dehydrated. We weren't arguing that he had passed away. That he was underfed. We weren't arguing any of that. We were arguing intention.
Do you think if you would have argued that he didn't have his water access restricted, that would have furthered your strategy at all? Or presented the case in a better light for you?
I think I would have lost the jury on that. They had photographs of this boy. And nobody's going to take a look at those pictures and say, this boy needed water.
Now, there's been a claim that you provided deficient performance for allowing commentary in lieu of a video. Are you aware of the video that I'm mentioning?
Yes. The best thing I did in that trial was the best thing that happened in that trial was the fact that video didn't come in. That video is literally the worst thing I've ever seen. There is no commentary that can express to a jury how bad that video is. The commentary was by leaps and bounds better for our clients than showing that jury that video. I'm so pleased and grateful that the people did not push to admit it. That video is just awful. And to the day I die, that was the right strategy. It's the best thing we did during trial was keeping that video out. It's just awful. You see it, you'll never forget it.
And just to go back a little bit and expand this, were there in-chambers discussions between yourself, Mr. Roberts from the prosecution, and the court about this specific video and the presentation of it to the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you just sort of place on the record the summary of that in-chambers
My position was that the video was so prejudicial that nobody who saw it could unsee it and not give it and not absolutely close up. It's just, it was, and given the weight of all the other information that Mr. Roberts had presented, it was duplicative, and therefore we shouldn't allow it in. That was my argument. Ultimately, as I recall, Mr. Roberts just agreed not to use it. We use this description, but we wouldn't use the actual video.
But that was due to a strategic stipulation, correct?
Yeah, that was big. That was one of the best things we did.
And it wasn't an oversight that you just let hearsay.
Oh, no, ma'am. That was a relief.
I can just have one. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any follow-up?
You mentioned that the morning of December 15th, 2023, Ms. VanderArk was on the floor, curled up.
That's the day when she refused to, she declined to come to court? Is that what you're talking about, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's how I found her.
And you did you used the word competent, but you stated that you were using it to the court as part of a, in layman's terms rather than a legal definition.
That's correct.
After the trial in this case, do you recall providing any interviews with the media?
I believe they were standing in the corridor,
Okay.
and I believe they did speak to me.
Do you recall telling, when asked a question about your conversations with, or your interactions with Ms. VanderArk, that she was in a catatonic state?
I may have used that term, yes.
Okay. And so that's kind of a serious situation, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's more or less what you reported to the court, is that correct?
Catatonic state is a more egregious, is a higher level of incapacity than what I report to the court. And it's what I report to the media.
You know, there was some testimony regarding dehydration, and it was your decision. Was it trial strategy that you did not use dehydration as a way to explain the death of Timothy?
Was it? Yes, sir. The trial, would you like me to elaborate? The answer to your question, yes. Okay. The trial strategy was not to try to explain that there was food in the house. There was water made available. The other children had corporal punishments as well. The decision was not to try to explain that these were causes of death. The decision was to explain that my client never intended this outcome. Does that?
Was there, to your understanding, was there any restriction on water
For
Timothy?
No, not that.
And when's the last time you saw the death certificate?
I would have seen it before trial.
Okay.
That would have been the last time anyway.
May I approach the witness? All right. This was, it looks like it was People's Exhibit number 45 introduced at trial. Is that what you recall as being the death certificate?
I don't have any personal recollection, but this is the death certificate of the victim in this matter.
Okay, and what's the first thing that's listed
Locate.
as being the cause of death?
Okay. Cremation. What box is that in? Do you know?
36.
Okay, I was looking to
Near the bottom.
Okay, 36. Dehydration and extreme emaciation.
Okay, and dehydration would be lack of fluids, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
And like you said, there was no restriction on water in the household.
That's what my understanding was. I wasn't in the household, so I don't know if it was or not, but that was my understanding.
All right, I have nothing further.
Just ask a brief follow-up. So, Mr. Johnson, if you had focused on dehydration, would that open avenues to the prosecution to enhance some of their arguments?
I would assume.
Such as the fact that he didn't have access to water when he was locked in the closet, correct?
I didn't want to get into that.
That he did have access to water in the ice baths, arguably.
That's what I was afraid he'd say.
And ultimately, and unfortunately, but by the defendant's actions, Timothy was so malnourished and unable to move that he could not get himself water. Would that be accurate?
I would assume that's the case. At the end, I'm sure that's what the case was.
So there's multiple arguments and pitfalls if you were to take that strategy, correct?
If I would have attempted to argue that whatever in here did not cause the death, I opened the door for Mr. Roberts to show that, okay, it did. And that this wasn't an issue. And I didn't want the jury to hear more of that. I want them to hear that my client just didn't get it. That was the message.
Thank you.
Any thought to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Sir.
I have some, well, it's a noon hour. Are you available this afternoon, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's break. We're gonna, since we lost some time this morning, I'm gonna have us return at 1 o'clock after lunch. And then we'll resume. Mr. Johnson, you can stand down for now.
Dude,
I
a
would
whole
like you back here
hour?
at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
What the heck?
Anything before we break, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Bloomquist. All right, we are in recess for lunch. Thank you.
Dang it. What should I do? Should I stay on here or just take a break, end it, and then come back? Poor baby, poor baby. She makes me sick. Playing the victim all the time. All the time. She plays the victim. What do you guys think I should do? I don't know. I mean, we could continue watching her testimony, her old testimony. Or what do you guys want to do? I mean, I have a ton of videos or ton of files, but I almost think the best thing if we're going to stay on is just finish watching her old testimony to refresh instead of like trying to like pick through different files I have, because that in itself is some good information to refresh on who this woman is in a way, you know. Set up a redirect to a new live. So wait, you think set up a redirect to a new live? Like you think in an hour though? Or just do it now? Because if I'm going to do it now, why wouldn't I just stay on, right? Put a 1 if you think I should take a break and no. I always do it the opposite. 1 always means yes. So put a 1 if I should stay on. Attitude. Look at the attitude on her. That's not doing her any favors. All this. Anyway, so 1 if I should stay on and we finish watching maybe her testimony, or 2 just set up a new thing. I am though gonna after this is over, since that whole over an hour of waiting, I am going to condense it and re-upload it as a pre-record for people like that get off work and they want to watch it. They don't have to sit through the over almost 2 hours of. I could timestamp it, yeah, but some people don't look at the timestamps or they don't even go to the comments. Yes. It's a concert all saying. Maybe I'll stay on because I am gonna do a pre-record after. I'll just stay on. We'll just continue watching her testimony. Okay, question. Do you want me to go back and play her testimony from her defense questioning her, since that is what's on question here is, how good did he do? So put a 1 if you want me to rewind and go back to the first part where her old defense questions her first, or put a 2 if you want to do the prosecution, because we'll only have time for 1. You want to do 1? Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me pull that up. And I'll go get my, gosh, that'll be my 3rd cup of coffee. I've been drinking so much coffee that I've been actually the last couple cups of coffee of the night, I'm doing decaf now because it's like I'm going through them. I've been getting up earlier lately. So by like midday, I've had way too much already. So I just switch over to decaf. Okay. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. I'm trying to think. Hold on a second. 3 hours. Oh no, with StreamYard. Never mind. Because there's like a max where if after it hits over 6 hours, you can't download your own videos onto off of YouTube. But I forgot StreamYard. I can. Okay, so VanderArk. Hold on. Testimony. So yeah, she looks a lot different in my opinion. I mean, she looks the same yet different. It looks like she aged like dang it. Like okay, I'm gonna pull this down. Hold on one second. Because they're gonna probably do their things, but I would rather watch. They might not anyway. I don't know. Okay, so I have that up, but all right, so let me look this up. But I think she aged a lot. Oh, remember this? Hold on, let me play this real quick. Why? Just really quick. Because my short just popped up. My old short. That's crazy. My old short of Shanda when she graduated college, and Paul and Adam and G are there. Watch. Hold on. Let me play this. Let me mute this. It'll just be real quick, and then I'll play her testimony. Watch. Okay. How do I? Hold on.
VanderArk, magna cum laude.
This is a journey best traveled with love and support abounding. Thanks to my family, my friends, my classmates, all of our school staff, and my mama, my guardian angel, for that love and support.
That's actually appropriate because we're just talking about Paul's weird affection. Why is there no more sound?
Shanda VanderArk, magna cum laude.
This is a journey best traveled with love and support abounding. Thanks to my family, my friends, my classmates, all of our school staff, and my mama, my guardian angel, for that love and support.
So so these are the new Sydney. That one that hugged her's Paul. The other one that helped her. The other one that's in jail. The one that testified against her. In the back is Adam, her husband at the time, and then that's her other son with Adam. And then I think that's her. I think that back there is Adam's mom because her mom passed away. Okay, so hold on. Let me find. That just popped up. So like, let's watch that real quick. All right, 1 second. Testimony. And give me 1 second, and we will watch it. And then I'll get a new fresh cup. Maybe I'll do half calf. I need to order some more half calf. I have half calf ones where it's got half the caffeine. Okay, testifies in court. Is this? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I think this is it. Yep, here we go. I will actually, let me pull this over here 1 second, guys. I'm gonna pull this over here, put this over here. And here we go. Okay, let me fast forward it here. Hold on.
Oh, actually, we'll recall. Yeah, sorry. How to do that? Ms. VanderArk?
Oh, wait, this is wrong one. Shoot.
You reminded you are still under oath.
Hold on. I brought the wrong one up. Sorry, guys. Sorry, hold on. Don't leave. I'll get it. It's just not all. It's the way they did this. It's not all because Court TV, I feel like it was weird. I didn't even do it from Court TV. I did mine from this 13 because I feel like Court TV didn't have all of it or something, or it was weird how they had it. Okay, hold on. Direct testimony, direct. Okay, this has got to be it. Give me 1 minute. Let me make sure who goes up. Yep, here it is. I found it. All right.
DER space capital ARK.
I found it. Let's do it now. All right.
Testimony you're about to give will be the
Here
truth,
we go.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm gonna go get my
Sorry,
coffee.
Mr.
Everybody get a
Vanderark,
cup of
seat. Please state
coffee.
your name for the record, spelling your first name and last.
So 1 o'clock.
Shanda
Okay.
SHANDA VanderArk.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the
VANDER space capital ARK.
Thank you, Ms. VanderArk. You're being called to testify in your own cases. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you have to make sure that everyone can understand you, correct?
Yes, sir.
With you, and knowing you as I do, I don't think volume's gonna be a problem with you.
Probably not, sir.
Talking fast, maybe.
Yes, sir. It might.
Okay, so this is, are you nervous?
Yes, sir.
This is stressful?
Yes, sir. Very.
So questions gonna be thrown at you, fast and furious. You've seen how trials work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And under those circumstances, you may speed up again as I do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may be reminded from time to time to slow down just a little bit. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure everyone understands you. You've been sitting through this trial since the beginning, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were arrested for these offenses alleged back when?
July 7th of 2022.
Okay. So you've been living with this thing for more than, 18 months?
17 months. Yes, sir.
17 months. So you know what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the allegations against you?
Yes, sir.
And that it also helps that you have a legal background, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The things they said about how well you did in school and all those things, were those all true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want you sitting there and regaling us, but the things about cum laude and going to law school, all that stuff is true.
It was magna cum laude. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's go back to the very beginning. When did Timothy come to your care?
May of 2021.
Prior to that, who had physical and legal custody of Timothy?
My ex-husband.
Okay. And when he sent, and how did it happen that you ended up with custody then?
My ex reached out to me, stating that Timothy he could no longer handle him, that he was pushing his buttons, and that he needed to send him to live with me.
Okay. And you agreed to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever lived with Timothy during his?
When he was younger, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you agreed to accept him into your home?
Yes, sir.
And who was living in your home at the time?
Myself, my husband, Adam, Paul Ferguson, and then my little man, G.
G. Okay, that's what we've been calling G, correct?
It's really hard to do. Yes, sir.
Okay, just do the best you can. Okay, so they're all living in your home, and then Timothy joins you, correct?
Yes, sir.
When Timothy's joining you, did your ex-husband ever make any effort to transfer legal custody to you?
We discussed it, but he never did actually sign anything. No, sir.
He got a haircut since last time you guys seen him. He had a haircut this week, last weekend, the end of last week. He's all haircutted up for Thanksgiving. Wait, hold on. There it is. Wait. Isn't he cute? Anyway, okay. Sorry, I just wanted him to. He wanted to say hi. He's got this little thing you can't see, the little hair that sticks out of his nose. It's so cute from a profile. It just like sticks out like this. So cute. Okay. Let's start this.
Okay. And without legal custody, how do you get Timothy into school?
You can't.
And without legal custody, how do you get medical treatment for Timothy?
You can't.
Did your husband at least send his I assume he had medical insurance for Timothy. Did he send that?
He did not send me. I requested his medical card, his insurance card, and he never sent it to me.
Now, you heard the testimony that Timothy saw the doctor in 2019. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
That was a year before you received him?
2 years before I received him.
2 years before. So in the prior 2 years before you received him, as far as you know, based on what you heard here, your ex-husband never took him to the doctor?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
How do you know if he had medical insurance for this young man?
He told me he did.
Okay. But he never sent it to you?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your financial situation once Timothy arrived and your husband had a stroke?
After the stroke, we
Yes.
lost my husband's income. And it was paycheck to pay, not even paycheck to paycheck. Almost everything was paid late. I was struggling. I asked Paul for help with groceries sometimes because we were struggling.
Okay. And Paul was working full-time?
He was working part-time.
He's working at Applebee's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's working part-time, and so were you receiving any child support?
No.
So the entire financial burden was on you?
Correct.
Could you have afforded daycare for any?
Dude, I didn't even know. Hold on.
And could you have?
I didn't even know that there was an update. What the heck about David? What? Thanks for telling me. I had no idea. I didn't even look today. Wow. Not frozen, not decapitated. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I didn't ever understood. If you go back to when that first said, I was like, it doesn't make sense. How is she still frozen after 40 days? She wouldn't even be partially frozen. Wow, that's crazy. They're saying that none of that's true. Not frozen, not decapitated. But whose source is this though? That's the only problem. We have 3 people now. We have SF saying one thing, TMZ saying one thing, and now this saying something different. They all contradict each other, dude. Can they actually just come and do a video and clear this up? You know what I'm saying? Somebody from the LAPD needs to come out and just clear it up, because these conspiracy theories and just other theories and these false facts, they're not even facts. These sources or whatever, all this information is all wrong. They need to just come out and just do a quick little press conference or something, because this is ridiculous. I mean, come on. This is making me mad. Not frozen, not decapitated. This is from people, but also there's a bunch of people. I mean, that's funny. I said a bunch of people. There's that's not the only news that are saying it. So we have New York Post people, BBC, everybody. Oh my God. Wow, wait, this was last night. I can't believe I missed it. I went to bed so early last night. We're gonna have to go over this. Okay. Dang it. I should just start a new one and then in this break time do a David update, but maybe after I'll do it. Wow. What the heck? I'm mad. I'm mad. It's like a game to these people that are reporting on this case. It's like a game to have the most information. So it's like they're not getting correct or taking credible sources, probably just so they could have something. What the heck? Dude, this is gonna make me, if this is true and TMZ got all wrong news, I'm never gonna believe anything they say now. What the heck? What? Yes, I'm seeing that. I'm upset. I am upset. Yeah, I ordered it, but I'm sure I ordered it and paid for it. So when it becomes available, I'll get it. But Callie, but I'm sure local people will, TMZ or whatever there will grab it before it gets to me in the mail. But so I probably wouldn't have need to order it because I'm sure that it'll be out there and then I could just see it. But yeah, I ordered it, but it's not out yet. Wow. I'm just like, wow. That's all I gotta say. This is just crazy. It's making me really mad. I'm done. Like I can't now. I'm gonna doubt anything they say. All right, I'm gonna go read up on that. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna get my cup of coffee, run to the restroom, and and I'll let you know. I'm gonna read up some stuff on that. What the heck? I'm mad. I'm really mad. Doesn't this make anybody else mad? It makes me mad. Like so mad. Dang it, it makes me want to do a love tune. Yes, I'm mad. No, I'm not gonna have time to do it. Well, we'll just finish this and then maybe I'll go live in a little bit after that to do an update on the David stuff. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Would you have afforded any extra expenses other than the ones that you were providing for?
No,
What type of expenses were you able to provide for this family?
just basic living expenses.
Rent,
Yes, sir.
utilities,
Yes, sir.
food?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that leads to the next question I have for you. You had monitors and cameras in your home, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the impression from the testimony I heard is that it was for the sole purpose of ensuring that Timothy could not get the food. Is that accurate?
No.
Why did you have all those monitors and cameras in your home?
When Timothy came to live with us, his stepmother informed me that they'd had motion sensors. They weren't as tech savvy as I was. I worked in tech before law school. I worked in tech support for several years. But they had motion sensors and she told me that she didn't sleep at night. She only slept when he was at school because he was into everything. And so because my younger child, he used to, when he was about 2, he would take all his clothes off. So we started putting a camera in his room. And then once we moved to the Marshall Road location, it was bi-level. My husband was born with a disability. My husband was wheelchair bound. So we had an extra wheelchair that we kept on the upper level. That's where the master bedroom was. But that way, if G was down in his bedroom, my husband could talk to him through the camera and have him come up. It was much easier. My husband could crawl down the steps before the stroke, but we didn't want him to have to crawl up and down those steps.
Okay. And again, let's go back to the issue of food. Was food the only reason why you felt you had to monitor Timothy, or were there other issues?
There were plenty of issues, sir.
So, well, first of all, what we've heard some testimony as to Timothy's special needs. What were his special needs?
He was on the autism spectrum, but he was completely verbal and he was grade level in school. He was not behind in school at all. He was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. He was diagnosed as bipolar and sensory processing disorder. I heard Paul mention physical disability. He didn't have any. Now, Timothy, when he first got there, said he had a physical disability, and I asked his stepmom about it to make sure, and she said no, he was not coordinated at all. The first summer that he lived with us, my youngest was playing baseball, and Timothy actually mentioned, because we had planned to put him in public high school, I'm going to try out for the baseball team. And I didn't say anything to him, but I remember thinking, sorry, sweetie, there's no way. You don't have the coordination for that.
And he liked to take, Well, you tell me, did he like to take things apart?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Can you give some examples?
He took batteries apart. He took toys apart, my youngest son's toys. If he could get a hold of anything from Paul's room, he would take, like, mostly it was Legos. Paul still had Legos. He, at one point, messed with our water heater.
What do you mean?
He actually turned the gas off to the water heater. He knocked out the pilot light and then turned the gas off as well at different points.
Okay. Did you have any concerns as to whether or not his predilections, his desire to get into things might be a safety hazard for either him or somebody else in the home?
I was extremely concerned about that, yes, sir.
So it was your desire was it just your desire to monitor Timothy, or did you also have a younger child in the home that you wanted to monitor?
We had both.
Okay. Who did you want to monitor? One or the other, or both?
Both.
Okay. All right. So you set up these video and audio cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And alarms on the doors?
Those didn't get installed until about 3 weeks before he passed away.
Okay. And motion sensors?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He got around the motion sensors multiple times.
Were you able to stay home and personally monitor your children?
No, I had to work full time.
Okay. How were you able to get Timothy into school?
No, we were not. We tried to enroll him in Mona Shores High School, and Mona Shores told me that my ex, I guess Timothy had damaged a Chromebook in Oklahoma, and because my ex owed money on that, they would not send his records up to us. So we were not able to enroll him. So I found online homeschool curriculum that I had to monitor, but I enrolled him in that.
Let me make sure I understand. Was it your original intention to put Timothy into public schools?
Yes, sir. We started the process. I filled out the paperwork. Because of my work schedule, I couldn't actually take paperwork to Mona Shores. My husband did that. Adam did that. But yes, we did try to get him enrolled.
Okay. And the youngest child, G, was he in public schools?
No, he was homeschooled.
What about Paul? Do you know if he was homeschooled, or when he got to you, was he still in school?
No, he had graduated high school.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, you mentioned that you weren't able to stay at home and care for your children at home, in the home, as a stay-home parent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what type of? I assume you're out working.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain to the jury the work that you did during the period of time that Timothy arrived in your home.
When he first arrived, I was still studying for the bar exam. So my husband was working full time. And I was just doing, I trained dogs on the side, everything from basic obedience up through different types of service dogs for other people. And so I had a couple of dog training clients, but mostly I was studying for the bar exam. I also was an intern here in this courthouse.
That pay a lot of money?
Oh, it was not paid at all, sir.
Okay.
But it was the week of the bar exam. My judge that I worked for here as a law clerk informed me of this position that was opened in Nuevo County, and she knew that the judge referred me, and that's when I did the interview, and I started work. I think it was 2 days after I completed the bar exam.
Okay. Was that a paid position?
Yes, it was.
Was it lucrative enough where you didn't have to do any other work?
Well, with my husband's income, it was.
Okay. But your husband's income stopped when he got sick?
When he had the stroke, yes.
Okay. So at that point, was it enough income to provide for you and your family?
No.
Were you receiving any other outside incomes?
My older brother lives in the home that I still own in Oklahoma, and he paid rent to us.
Okay.
But it wasn't a lot. That went towards our house rent.
Child support?
No. My ex, one of the siblings was forgotten yesterday. There's 5 total. We talked about the 4 boys. I also have a daughter. She is now 19, but she stayed down with her dad.
Okay.
So we each had one, so there was no child support. And because of child support on the other 4 kids, I actually was still paying my ex child support. It was still being deducted from my check.
Okay. So you had that's another deduction from your income?
$1,000 a month, yes.
Okay. So, were you also doing tutoring when you went to the judge who was paying you? Were you still tutoring or doing any other outside work?
Not at that. I was doing the dog training.
Okay. let me ask you this. What time in the morning did you leave to go to work?
I usually left the house about 6:30,
And what time on average were you getting home?
about 6 o'clock.
Okay, so we're talking about 12 hours away from the home.
Yes, sir.
Okay, those monitors, the video cameras in your home, you were able to view them while at work?
From my phone, occasionally, yes, sir.
Okay. But you were still working.
Yes, sir. I didn't view them at all until after the stroke. I mean, because my husband was there, or we had arrangements where my husband was off certain days of the week. Paul was off one day, specifically one day a week, so he took care of Gabriel and Timothy. And then the other 2 days that I needed to care for Gabriel when my husband was working, he actually went to my in-laws' house down in West Olive.
May I approach the witness for just a moment, John? You may. Let's see. You have 3 children at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and my understanding is you faced other challenges personally in terms of your own personal health.
Yes, sir, I did.
For instance, let's run down the list. You had insomnia.
Severe insomnia caused by attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Okay, and for those folks who get a great night's sleep every night, don't understand what insomnia does to your ability to function, can you explain to them what impact chronic insomnia has on a person?
It limits your ability to think clearly. Your energy level is greatly reduced. Takes a lot longer to process things. You forget things easier. It was much harder to function with so little sleep.
Okay, and you talked about your other personal disorders. Were you receiving medications for those?
I was for I have severe attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined type. I also have sensory processing disorder and OCD. And then after my husband's stroke, as a result of my husband's stroke, because I viewed him, I wasn't in the room when he had the stroke, but I was there right afterwards. And so I developed post-traumatic stress disorder with disassociation from that. The only medication that I was on was for the ADHD.
Okay. And you had the service dogs in your presence too?
I had one service dog for me, yes,
Okay.
sir.
What sorts of interventions were available for Timothy's disorders?
When he came to us, he was on medication. They gave us a whole large gallon-sized Ziploc bag of medications for him. I could not refill them because I could not get him to the doctor. We were going to try to adjust his medication because when he came to live with us, when he took his medicine, he was a zombie. It was just horrific. And when Paul came to live with us, because Paul had only been there a year when Timothy moved up, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was on the same big bag of medication, and there were serious concerns that they just, instead of handling, especially my ex, he wanted to medicate them. But I never got that option because I couldn't take him to the doctor.
Okay. All right. There's been some allegations, there's been some implications, put it that way, that you tried to keep people from seeing Timothy, that you tried to keep him away from public view, that he didn't go to school, he didn't go to the doctor, etc. That he went outside, he was in the backyard. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
If someone's outside in your backyard, are there trees or fences or other obstacles to keep the neighbors from looking over there and seeing who's out in your yard?
No, there was a clearing before. There was woods at the back of the lot, but there was a clearing, and at least the neighbors on each side, there were pretty sizable windows on the back of their homes. They weren't I think the next door was a 2-level, but the one on one side was just a single level. It may have had a basement, I don't know. But there was big windows, and they could see into our backyard easily.
Okay. Was it ever your intention to keep people from seeing Timothy?
No, my mother-in-law saw him. They do rental home inspections, I guess the city of Norton Shores.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it was late April or early May of 2022, but it was in that neighborhood. And so we'd had the inspection that day, and my mother-in-law happened to stop by that day. And I invited her in. We sat and talked, and Timothy wanted to come say hi. So he came up and said hi to her.
Now you're a Muskegon County transplant, correct?
Yes, I'm not from around here.
So, and where's, and I'm assuming that your direct biological family, there's not a lot of them in this county?
There's no, I don't have, other than my children, I don't have any biological father, biological.
Man, I can't concentrate. I want to freaking do a live on this so bad, but I have to finish this. I have to. Oh, dang it. I'm so preoccupied now. I have like 3 different articles I would love to read, but I mean, shoot. Why can I wish I could be 2 people. You know what I can do though? I think when this goes live, if I just share my tab, I should be able to still try. I could work on both things. Hold on a second. Let me see something. I forget. I haven't used this option in a long time. Give me 1 second. I want to see something. 1 minute. So if I remove, I forget how this one works. So if I share my screen, I share a tab. Or what if I do? Hold on. You guys got to help me out on this, okay? Of what you could hear and see and stuff. Okay. Well, I'll be able to see what we can see, but what we could hear. Okay. So if I share this, hold on. I haven't used this option. So if I share this and then, hold on, let me see something. Let's say I switch. Does that come up? No, it doesn't. Okay. But hold on. I'm just testing out something. Just bear with me 1 second because I want to try to do something. I want to try to do 2 things at once when it starts. Wait. What did that bring up? But if I go like this, hold on. Let me just try something really quick. Because I hate it that you guys could hear. Oh my God, why does it keep doing that? Like if I want to even if I want to get a video ready to play and I play it on this side, the audio, you could always hear it. It drives me nuts. So hold on a second. So I have this playing. I want to try to do this. Why won't that? No, don't do that. Let me put it in there. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. That lets me do that. Sweet. Now, the real question is, okay.
Be with her?
I guess I could check.
Or just
So you could hear that, right? Hold on. Sorry, guys. You guys are my little guinea pigs.
Family here.
Okay. How far away are they?
My older.
I'm just checking myself because it's such a delay when I ask you guys that this will be quicker.
How far away are they?
Okay. Now here is the big test right here. If you could hear what I'm doing on the other screen. All right. So hold on 1 second. 1 second. Oh, I'm here. I went all the way downstairs. I was getting my coffee. Wow, you can still hear it over there. That's bull crap. I don't get it. You shouldn't be able to hear what I'm doing on the other screen. It makes absolutely no sense. That makes me mad. Because there's no way for even like in general, when I try to do lives and I want to like pull up things and get ready, I don't want to listen to it or see, see it real quick, and something else is playing, you could always hear it. Oh, it's making me mad.
You can still.
Oh, sorry. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, well, we're about to start in 10 minutes. But yeah, here I'll show you. I am going to go live about this, but I'll take this down. I was going to try to work on something. Here. I'm just going to do it the way I always do it because you could freaking hear it anyway, so it's pointless to have to make sure it's in the screen. Hold on one second. Let me just share it how I always do. I'm kind of upset. I'm upset now for multiple reasons that we've been lied to, freaking lied to. And that they're making this game, everybody, all of them, all three, or I shouldn't say all three, both, I don't, it's just, I feel like it's just turned into this game with them of who could get the most information, regardless if it was even going to be accurate. But the crazy thing is like TMZ knew that the truth was going to eventually be revealed. So they had to have thought that it maybe was credible. So it's like, but I think they were just being more, what's the word? What is that word I'm thinking of? And whatever with their information. All right, let me read this. There's a few different things I want to read on this, but I'll just go over this one real quick. We still have 10 minutes before. Hold on, let me actually pull up the court again. Hold on, so I have it ready because I accidentally. Oh wait, I do have it. Hold on, I have it right here.
Situation was different. She could.
They're just replaying it, so it's not started yet. Okay. All right, so let's look over this. It says, security hold placed on Celeste's case, prompting criticism for medical examiner, which I think is a freaking title because all these titles have the actual thing about how the frozen stuff isn't accurate. I think the title should have been that, but they title it about being a hold, but they talk about how that's not accurate. Okay. So Los Angeles County medical examiner on Monday spoke against the practice of placing security holds on cases, including the investigation into the 15-year-old case or the 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Sorry, you guys. If any of you guys aren't familiar with this case, this is the David Sick, whoever artist that he is, trying to get justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Crazy case. The singer David is considered a suspect in the probe of the teenage girl's death, a source told Eyewitness News last week. On Friday, the Department of Medical Examiner received a court order initiated by Los Angeles Police Department to place a security hold on the teenager's case, officials said. The hold means that no records or details associated with the case, including the cause and manner of death and the medical examiner's report, can be released until the hold is lifted. The mission of the Department of Medical Examiner is to have full transparency with the community by providing information about our cases to empower people to make changes that save lives. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Odi Ukbo said in the statement, since becoming the department head, I've worked on eradicating the practice of placing security holds on medical examiner cases simply by law enforcement request. The practice of security holds is virtually unheard of in other counties and has not been proven to improve outcomes in the legal system. Ukbo added, we are dedicated to serving our community with full transparency. However, the law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in this case. According to the statement, the Department of Medical Examiner previously received a request for a security hold from the LAPD on Celeste's case on September 15th. Which was denied due to insufficient justification to warrant the hold. The Department of Medical Examiner statement said it understands the public's interest in this case and remains committed to transparency when possible. Information will be made available once the court order is lifted. For questions about the court order timeline and the law enforcement investigation into this death, please contact the LAPD. While the medical examiner has not yet determined an official cause of death, investigators said her body was dismembered. The LAPD says reports that the teen had been decapitated and her body was frozen are false. So they are saying she was dismembered. So they're saying, right? Investigators said her body was dismembered. So I'm taking that as they're saying, yes, she was dismembered. But the LAPD says that the teen had, the LAPD says reports that the teen had been decapitated and her body frozen are false. Based on what they have learned in the case, investigators believe David played a role in her death and got help from others in trying to dispose of her body, sources said. One source said that they were focusing in on certain individuals, and those individuals are concerned now that they know Los Angeles police are focusing in on them. David has not cooperated with investigators from the beginning, sources said, despite what his PR reps have claimed. David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, is a suspect in the eyes of investigators, but not officially under the law because officers don't have the probable cause to make the arrest yet. And this is going over the case. Okay. Okay. Unfreaking believable. I'm mad. Oh, this is what she fakes. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me make sure. Mute that. We'll just wait now because it should be starting any minute. Unfreaking believable. I will be going live after this on that. So we have a place to discuss this about David or about TMZ. I'm mad. I'm freaking mad. The fact that both, and it just didn't make sense, but we're like, all of us are like, well, I mean, Harvey's in contact with LAPD, but it's like, we should have used our common sense. I know, I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty. I should have let common sense overrule what some source was saying. Because there's no way 40 days still frozen. And the fact they said it would alter like them. Oh, that was the reason why they couldn't make cause of death. No, there's other reasons. That wouldn't be like, oh, well, a lot of us fell for it. I feel like, screw that, dude. Why? Did they do that? I mean, they only just hurt themselves big time. Because now, I mean, this is huge that they lied about that. I don't think they purposely did because, I mean, I don't think they would have done that on purpose knowing that it was false because I think they probably were hoping that it would have come through as true because, I mean, that's their free credibility. So I think they're in this competition for all these facts that they probably maybe heard something or took something and made it into something else because they needed something bigger. So maybe they heard something that they thought, oh, I bet you this or whatever. And it wasn't a for sure thing. And they made it this big thing. Ugh. Wow. Well, SF is going to be so excited, which is sick because it's all this competition. I feel like he's going to be like, told ya, haha, let's see what both of these people need to relax, okay, and just maybe work together. They're both in the same area. They both are doing the same thing. Yes, they do. All right, guys, we're back in business here for this case. Yeah, they need to work together. instead of in competition, because maybe this would never have happened because they wouldn't have been in competition. They would have talked it out and been like, Steve would have been like, no, you know what I'm saying? They would have tried to. If this even comes through that she gets a new trial, oh, this is going to be a bad day. All right, let me get some things ready for my next. I'm going to work on a thumbnail while I'm listening to it when they come back on and try to, well, I'll be in chat too, but try to get it ready. So after this, maybe I could grab lunch and then, well, I don't know how long this is going to be. This might go on till dinner time. Dang it. I don't see who else are they going to bring up? But I wonder if it's gonna be, I mean, what's gonna happen though, he's gonna go on another break to think about his decision, I'm sure, maybe, and then make his decision, maybe. Um, thanks for letting me know about that. Or how do you say your name? 701-4. I know that's probably not how I'm supposed to say it, but thank you for letting me know. Because I didn't know. I haven't I just woke up and I see that it seemed, well, the thing with these articles and some of these timestamps on things, it doesn't seem like they're accurate for some reason. But I went to bed super early last night because Zeke didn't want to, but Zeke, either if I don't go to bed early, then I don't get to sleep with him. And he was already sitting on my lap, but I could tell he wanted to sleep with me. So I went to bed early. Um, and then I woke up and did this, so I didn't get to see it. Wow. Oh my god, look what wait, this is funny while we're waiting. Look what SF posted today. Or wait, when did he post it? 12 hours ago. It says, because it's the holidays, and I feel bad for hurting little Maddie's feelings yesterday. That's that other guy that he's been going at it with. I'm doing a charity giveaway in his name. So remember, Maddie's the one that accused him of making minors sign NDAs. If Maddie or anyone else can show proof that I ever had anyone from Discord sign an NDA, I will donate $1 million in cash within 24 hours to the charity of Maddie's choice. In his name, happy holidays, Maddie. You're about to change the future of a deserving charity. In fact, it doesn't even have to involve anyone from Discord. If you can show proof that I have ever had anyone sign an NDA in any case whatsoever, I will donate the 1 million within 24 hours. You know what? It's the holidays. So let's make it even simpler. Just show proof that I ever asked anyone to sign an NDA, whether they actually did or not, and I will donate the money in Maddie's name. But wait, there's more. If you can show proof that anyone I have spoken to on the David Discord is a minor, as Maddie has claimed, I will donate an additional $1 million. This should be exciting for Maddie because according to him, this is already a confirmed fact. And surely the other people, like the one person who started 4,867 Reddit threads, must have proof as well. So Maddie and Reddit thread person, here is your chance to make this a wonderful holiday season for the charity of your choice. If you can't prove your claims, then not only are you lying, but you are also charity thieves who deprived a charity of 2 million. You wouldn't do that, would you? All right, let's see the proof, Matt. Oh my lord, are we in high school? Or wait, are we in grade school? I feel like this is not even about Celeste anymore. This is about this competition between these three. I'm guilty though. So you guys, a few people in chat tried to warn me about TMZ, and I kept saying, "Well, they have a reliable source, LAPD, blah blah blah." I know. Some of you tried to warn me, so I'm guilty of believing it. I just thought if he had a LAPD source that it would be accurate. I don't know. but he probably does have a LAPD source, but he probably used, and that person probably wasn't giving him any information, and he probably used his less credible source or sources. And then we're over here thinking the source he used for this frozen information and this newest information was from LAPD, and it probably wasn't. That's probably what happened. And he probably does have good sources, but I'm trying to think of that word, where you're like, so it's a legal term too, like legally negligent. No, there's another word I'm thinking of where you're like, you kind of like are not careful with, the information, or like you could use it within like somebody's life too. You know what I'm saying? Like he's guilty of that for sure. Come on, court. We don't got time. We got other stuff to do too. Oh, let me go over now. Okay, we're live. My OCD, I gotta keep pushing it. Right, yeah. Misleading. Can you have charity if they find something? Can I be the charity if they do find something? Storbit. Storbit 81. I right? Let me see if he posted anything else. I'm sure it's coming about TMZ. And I feel like he's gonna be happy that they're wrong instead of mad that how horrible that this lie is, or this misinformation, I should say, because I don't think TMZ did it knowing it was a lie, because that would be stupid. You know what I'm saying? I would think they were hoping it would come like their source was right, or they didn't misread it or whatever, because I mean this is going to do really bad on people trusting him. And this is a big case. I mean, this is one of those cases that trans I can't think of the word for that, but basically reached audiences that of people that weren't even like in the true crime community. You know what I'm saying? It brought like people interested in this case that maybe wouldn't follow a lot of true crime because of him. Like he was kind of famous in a way. So a lot of people have heard of this, is my point. I wonder how they're going to respond. Let me see if they said anything at TMZ. I wonder how they're going to respond to this. Oh my Lord. Do not want to be them. Do you think, I have a question. Do you think they're going to double down and say, nope, you watch, this is true. This person's wrong from people or not people, the local station. Yeah, even. So it's nope, whoever their source, they're lying or something. I don't know. Or do you think they're just gonna not address it and just go on? Or do you think they're gonna address it and say, okay, sorry, we must, we were wrong. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think they will either. He is this private investigator. He's from California. And I mean, sometimes he'll go to other states and work a case, and he'll just latch onto some of these cases, especially if they're local, and he'll try to find like someone within the case that wants to hire him, and then he'll get information, and then he'll post things and stuff. He's just a private investigator that tries to like find. He usually goes for these big cases and tries to find it in. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that might need him, and then he could get information and stuff. So his name's Steve Fisher. He worked the Kylie Rodney case. That's the first time I heard of him. I actually had him on for an interview. If you guys remember with Ryan Upchurch, that was kind of a great. Ryan did not like him. So yeah. I don't think SF will ever come on on my show again because it he was not well viewed or whatever, well received on my channel. But I don't care. I mean, I don't need to have him on again, but I'm just saying he did come on. It wasn't I don't think he was very happy with how it went. Um, so yeah. Come on, Cassell. Let's do this. We got other cases to cover here. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. I just saw that. Like that's so scary. Look. I was looking at TMZ and this was on the front. Oh, it's giving me like I can't even think about it. Oh, discovered dead wrong, discovered alive in a coffin moments before cremation. Oh my lord. A woman in Thailand is raising eyebrows after apparently raising from the dead because moments before she was set to be cremated, she started stirring undeniably alive. Dude, that is so scary because what if they did? What if they did it and she was alive? Faint. They heard her faintly knocking on the coffin walls. I was a bit surprised, so I asked them to open the coffin, and everyone was startled. I saw her opening her eyes slightly and knocking on the side of the coffin. She must have been knocking for quite some time. I can't even handle that. The thought of that. Oh, I don't know. Did they take it? Hold on, let me see. That's a good question. The right thing, if they don't want to say anything, I mean, at least take that down. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Or put like at least the article, because the article they could just edit, right? Because they update our articles all the time. So that would be easy to just go in and write something. Let's see. No, no, because I mean, the title is still House David rented Fed freezer. Yep, frozen state. They could at least because it's not articles. I'm pretty sure it's their own site, so I think they could go in there and edit it because you see them updating things. That's what they should do. They don't have to take the whole thing down if they don't want, but they could just edit and be like, "Hey, new information." Since it's written, I mean, it's I know video is different. Oh, hit start and look. There she goes, writing away. Lord. Lordy, lordy. Yeah, I'm reading that article. It's still the same. Oh, well, let's see if they put anything out. I think they might just not say anything and hope that somehow that other person's wrong. Wow, she has aged. Look at her wrinkles in her face. And I mean, there's no shame. I'm not saying like, I don't want to say, oh, it's bad if you do, but I'm just noticing like it from when she went in, like prison must really be hard on you because a lot of people age so quickly. It must be. I remember that one woman, she really aged a lot too and was only in there like a year when she had her trial. The girl from the mother from the school shooter. I can always forget her. Oh, the one that's wait, they're in the same jail. That jail must be bad. The one that was she said that she had talked to. Why do I always forget their name? Help me out, guys. She was the mother. The both of them, both parents got jail time. Their son was one of the school shooters. But she aged a lot. I remember I was like, whoa, when I saw her from when she got arrested and then her trial, I was like, oh wow, that did a number on her. Yes, I know. I heard about that, the minor thing. There's a picture. Yeah, I know. I actually know more about that than I can say, to be honest, right now. But yes, there'll be more information coming out about that, I'm sure. Oh, sure. Yeah, we could share the picture on when I do the next live. But yeah, allegedly there's another minor. And then remember, there was that other minor that actually posted that he tried to get with, and she was still in high school, remember? So that's 3 right there, and I'm sure there's way more than 3, to be honest. It's like that's the type he goes for. So, come on. What is she doing? I think that it seems like they're waiting for her to sign something, like, to go through some paperwork. Crumbly, thank you. Yes, thank you, Wolfpack. Crumbly, that's who I was talking about. She aged a lot for and they're both in the same jail or prison. So this might be a hard one, because there's some jails I'm sure that are worse than a. Is she crying? She trying to muster up a tear? I feel like she is.
Please be seated.
Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up. All right, we're back in the record in 23-110 FC People versus Shanda VanderArk. Where we left off, Mr. Johnson was on the stand. I think the parties had concluded their questions. The court did have some questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you obviously know you're still under oath.
I do.
All right. Let me just see here. There were some questions about by Mr. Ambrose regarding the suspension.
Yes, sir.
That I think occurred, last year or this
I
year?
served it last year. It took almost 9 months to get the process rolling, so it actually occurred the year before.
All right. And
Or
my
the-
understanding, you've actually been here and get their hearing for that case, correct?
For that case,
In
yes,
this
but
court.
not for that issue.
You're not for that issue, but in this court, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this very courtroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was for it was People versus LTJ Udall, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was 2019, I think it's 947 FC.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just wanted, for the record, my understanding is the basis of the disciplinary action was that in that case, let me just go back. My understanding of the facts of that case, very briefly, Mr. Udall was charged with criminal sexual conduct, I think in the first degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the victim of that charge was a client or represented by the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in an abuse neglect case or an NA case, correct?
Yes.
All right. In my understanding, you did not actually handle that case, correct?
That is correct.
And was it other members of your office that had handled that?
Yes.
All right. And my understanding is there was a file that was taken from your office detailing this minor child's counseling records, psychological records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you actually used those in Mr. Udall's defense.
I saw them. They weren't used.
They weren't used, but you certainly used them to prepare.
Yeah, yes, sir. I read them and I knew.
And my understanding is there was supposed to be you were supposed to isolate yourself from that. It was set up to isolate yourself from those files because you knew there could be a potential conflict. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have processes in place to make sure that didn't happen.
Okay. And that did not happen.
That's correct. The process has failed.
And so essentially you actually used what were supposed to be withheld from you.
Yes.
In that case, Mr. Udall's case. Is that
Yes,
correct? And that was the basis for the judiciary or the complaint.
Yes, sir.
Grievance, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you admitted that this happened, and I don't think you contested it at all, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that's the basis for the disciplinary action, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as you know, did the disciplinary action have anything to do with, not getting back to your client or not talking to her, doing something that you weren't supposed to do in terms of representing, something similar to what's being alleged in this case?
No, sir.
My understanding is that there was Mr. Udell's case actually had 2 trials. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you represented Mr. Udell in the first trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that resulted, what was the result of that trial?
That was a hung jury, Judge.
Okay. And then the second trial, I have, at least according to what the records say, is they occurred in December 13th to December 15th of 2023. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had testified. Mr. Ambrose had asked you about, your stress level at that time. You were on a conveyor belt. Was that true at the time of the second trial in Mr. Udell's case? That you were on a conveyor belt? I think that's one of the reasons you said what was going on for the disciplinary action. Is that true?
Judge, it was that the workload continued unabated for the time I was at the public defender's office. It was self-inflicted. I didn't go on vacations. I didn't. When I retired, I had 50 more days of vacation time that they didn't even compensate me for. I was at that office and I was doing that work. So yes, it was a continuation of the same process throughout the entire time. The only difference being was when it came to a capital, well, it's not capital in Michigan, but a life case in Michigan, the priority shifted so that the time that I needed for that case would shift to that big case, the life case, as opposed to misdemeanor cases that I might be working on.
And I actually misspoke. So my understanding, I got this trial, Ms. VanderArk's case actually took place between December 13th and December 15th of 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
I had it wrong. That Udell case happened in April of 2022. Is that your recollection?
I thought so. I thought his was done by the time Ms. VanderArk began.
Okay. So this trial, did you go right from the Udell case to focusing on Ms. VanderArk's case? Because it looks like they went from April 2022 and then a little over a year later, you're trying another FC case.
No, I think there were at least a few weeks in between. I don't think so.
All right. Now, looking back on it.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to give Ms. VanderArk's case what you felt was the appropriate amount of attention for an FC case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Was that with the assistance of the people you've already indicated?
Yes, the team did.
It wasn't all you, it was the team.
That's correct.
All right. And would you say that you were in charge of the team? Like,
yes, sir.
You weren't absent. Say, look, you guys do all the work. I got to take care of everything else. Or were you there for meetings? Were you there for other stuff?
I was there.
Okay. All right. And I'm trying to understand the defense strategy. Okay.
Yes, sir.
From what you've testified to, my understanding is that your strategy was to essentially go from a intentional crime to a negligent crime. Is that correct?
In effect, yes, a crime where there wasn't the mens rea to commit harm. So yes, sir.
At the break, I looked up the jury instructions, and it looks like you. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember exactly, but did you ask for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
We did not.
You did not.
No, sir.
Okay. But it was included, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that at the request of the prosecution? Do you recall?
Now that you mention it, I don't remember who asked for it. Now that you mention it, I don't know, because we obviously, for the record, we discuss these instructions in chambers, and the instruction, it would have come up. I don't know who asked for it. It might have been me. I don't remember.
Okay. So my question is this: you had testified at the beginning of Mr. Ambrose's questioning that Ms. VanderArk had not given you consent to ask the jury for a manslaughter verdict.
That's correct.
Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then later on, you said the focus was going to be this is not an intentional crime, that there's just something wrong with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
My question to you is, when these discussions between you and Ms. VanderArk,
Did she unequivocally say, I am not guilty of any crime? Or was the discussions, look, I didn't do this intentionally. I didn't mean to do this. I'm not going to plead to something that I didn't intentionally do. Was there a dichotomy in that discussion?
The discussions about her responsibility came in two phases. The first phase, when we first met, she told me the same thing she told the police at the time that the boy was discovered, that she found him in the bunk bed, she pulled him down, and she's trying to administer CPR and et cetera, et cetera. That's the first thing she told me. Then after that, once we got past that and the police reports came in, it was clear that wasn't the situation. We talked about individual defenses to individual crimes. And we covered everything. We covered all the things that she might be, that her conduct might find, the jury might find her guilty of. I never directly challenged her, did you do something here? And that's not my way. If a client either wants to talk to you about that way or they don't want to. But based on the conduct of our conversations, it was clear that she was aware that there's something that's wrong here. There's something that I may be found guilty of. And that's kind of how we kind of, in order to bridge the gap from her having to confess to me, we kind of discussed it as there's something you might be found guilty of. And this is the things you might be found guilty of. And this is the things that we might be able to achieve if we do these sorts of things. And avoiding, and the bottom line is avoid first degree murder.
Okay. So it was never, she never said, well, I'm guilty of something. It was more of discussion about, okay, throw it all out the window. What could the jury potentially find? What's a mitigating thing we can do? Is that right?
That was the strategy, Judge. It was never, I never confronted her to ask her if she did something wrong or not. I gave her the way out. The jury might find you guilty of these things. What are we talking about? And that's how we bridge that gap.
So there was never an affirmation on her part that I recognize that I am guilty of a not unintentional type of charge.
Never before or since.
Okay. And it sounds like initially you wanted to find an expert witness to assist you in that defense, correct?
Very much so.
And you went through, you tried 2 different expert witnesses, is that correct?
We hired 2 different ones.
Okay.
We talked to 3 or 4 others, and we talked to other people, but we hired 2.
Right. And is it your testimony you could not find an expert that could assist you in that defense?
Yes, sir. That is my testimony.
Did you discuss with Ms. VanderArk that you were going to make the argument to the jury that she was guilty of an unintentional, negligent type version of either manslaughter or homicide? Did you ever discuss that with her, that was the strategy?
I can tell you how we discussed it. First degree murder is an intentional homicide. You didn't intend to do anything. And that's the argument we're going to make to the jury. That's how we discussed it.
Did she ever say, wait a minute, no, I don't want you to do that because I'm not guilty of anything here?
No, Ms. VanderArk, again, she was the client from heaven. She sat and she listened and we talked. She understood, and then she trusted my judgment. At least her conduct indicated she trusted my judgment from that second week on. The only thing, Judge, we ever had a crossword on was about the Michigan-Alabama football games.
So again, she never said, Mr. Johnson, that is not an argument I want to make. I am maintaining my innocence to every single thing, that I am innocent, and I absolutely do not want you to concede any sort of guilt in any way, shape, or form.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, that she did not.
She did not. Not ever.
And you feel, coming from defense background,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes defense attorneys have a tendency to kind of, they think they know more. They know what's better for the client, right?
Yes, sir.
I know you don't want to do this, but we're going to do it anyway because I want to make sure that we're successful here.
Yes, sir.
Did you do something that she did not want you to do to be successful, or did you do what you had to do in consultation with her about what the strategy was going to be?
The latter. And again, this is a different client than what we normally receive. This was a client who's much more sophisticated about the law and had much better understanding. And our relationship was more co-counsel, or maybe senior counsel myself and junior counsel myself, but more co-counsel than lawyer layman or layperson. She understood the strategy. She conceded that was the strategy that we were going to use at trial. She understood it. She knew I was going to do that. Did she know the exact wording or how it would come out? No, she didn't, because I didn't. But she understood it, and she understood where we were going with. And at no time did she express concerns that I don't want to do it that way. I want to go on and say, I didn't do anything. I wasn't even, whatever her argument would have been. But no, I never asked her if she committed the offense. She never told me she didn't commit the offense.
The other question I have is, in all these discussions, I mean, obviously you're saying not first degree, not premeditated.
Yes, sir.
Not second degree, not because that's an intentional crime,
Yes.
right? Not necessarily voluntary manslaughter,
Yes.
but was there ever discussion? Well, listen, this is the charge. We think. Let me back this up.
Okay.
You had said you argued to the jury manslaughter because you were hoping that they would find a middle ground and go for second.
Yeah. Yes.
Was that the strategy that you guys came up with? Or was that kind of like in your mind, you said, well, wait a minute, worst case scenario, maybe it'll be second, but I really want manslaughter?
Okay. No, this is a strategy that I came up with. We did not come up with it. This is the strategy that I suggested to her, and I told her that I was going to follow. And at no point did she express to me that, no, I don't want to do it that way.
When that final day when it was last day of trial,
Yes, sir.
You indicated she was in a ball in the holding cell. Did you ever suggest doing Zoom, potentially her zooming in from outside the courtroom for the trial?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you feel rushed at all that morning by either myself or the court or anybody else to kind of say, let's get this rolling? And
Not rush. I wish we'd have adjourned it for another day to see if she could come around, but no, I didn't feel rushed. I understood that the issues were presented to the court. The court made its call. It wasn't that the court was trying to rush me to do something. It's just that this is what the court thinks we're going to do, and so that's what we do. I didn't feel rushed. I just felt okay.
it was we did. I think we waited a couple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And now I want to make sure. I mean, you're obviously aware of the legal definition of competency in terms of the state of Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Could she rationally assist in her defense? Does she understand your job, the prosecutor's job, the court's job, the jury's job? Do you feel that she was legally, according to the standard of the state of Michigan,
Okay.
Would you believe that she was legally competent in everything that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever ask, say, hey, listen, I want you to ask these certain questions?
No, sir. She directed me to ask very few questions. She had observations, but she didn't.
I'm talking about that day.
Oh, that
she
day.
Was in that
No,
state. Okay.
no, sir.
I think her affidavit says she had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask the witness. I think what part of them, I might paraphrase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if those were ever communicated to you when she was in that state.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. That's all I have. All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was your request, the lesser included. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay.
It was a chambers discussion when we talked about the instructions, and so I don't have any specific recollection, but probably I can't think by the people would want that instruction.
Okay. May I approach you?
You may.
And this is a transcript of December 15th, 2023. Page 41 near the bottom, and going to the next page. Does that refresh your recollection that it was your desire, or your request for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
Be honest, counsel, I still don't remember asking for it, but I don't have any reason to dispute what's written there in the transcript.
And it does say that
That I
Mr. Chambers, or Mr. Johnson is your, so my understanding from our discussion in chambers, Mr. Johnson, is you're requesting an instruction on lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Is that correct? And your response was, that is correct, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. So it was your request.
Clearly.
And so my client's, Ms. VanderArk is not in the courtroom at this time, correct? December, that's that Friday.
If that same day?
Yes.
No, she's not in the courtroom.
And you're not discussing involuntary manslaughter with her when she's balled up on the floor, right?
That's correct.
And she's catatonic, right? What you said.
It's what I said to the press, sir.
Okay.
She was distraught, and she was literally curled up in a ball and crying on the floor.
And you're not discussing with her at that time, or are you? Hey, I think I can go with the involuntary manslaughter. What do you think?
Correct.
All right. And throughout, from day one, Ms. VanderArk said that she was not guilty of this offense. She maintained her innocence. Is that correct?
As I've said, I never asked her if she did it, and I don't recall her saying I didn't do this. There's quite literally videotape of her conduct, so I don't recall her ever saying I didn't do anything. What I recall is she never told me that she intentionally did anything to her child or to any of her children. And that's what I recall. I don't recall her saying, I'm not guilty. This is not me. I didn't starve my child, that sort of thing.
Did you guys ever have a discussion? Ms. VanderArk, you kind of meet these elements of involuntary manslaughter. You want me to see what I can do with the prosecutor, see if they'll accept a plea?
Sort of. What we talked about was she's charged with this homicide, and these are the possible outcomes a jury could legally come to, and these are what they require, and it may be and we talked about it. If we're winning the trial, what do we do? If the trial's not going sideways, what do we do? That sort of thing. But she understood that there are options, and that during our conversations, my conversations with her, that we talked about what we might argue on if the facts support it. Does that make sense?
Well, you mentioned on direct in the morning, it was kind of your decision to argue to the jury that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
My client, Ms. VanderArk, never said, I'm guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
And just as a general question, on December 15th, when she was, on the floor and in distress, did you request any type of medical assistance or to have her evaluated?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple briefly, and Your Honor, I guess I would just ask the court at this point in time to take judicial notice of the opinion and order regarding new trial in the LTJ Udell case. I do have extra copies. I wasn't anticipating admitting it, but given the court's questions, I think it's just come up there's been a Ginther hearing. This is the court's ultimate opinion on the matter. So I just ask the court to take judicial notice, and I do have a copy for admission if the court wants it that way versus.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can take judicial notice of it, right? If you're asking, because it's in the file. So
And I
will.
would just mark it as people's two, or proposed two.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any objection?
No. Court record.
Thank you. Do we have exhibit 1 too, by the way? Is it still on this?
It is.
Is it needed anymore? Or I was just going to make sure I keep track of the exhibits. So, all right, good enough.
Mr. Johnson, is it? I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Oh, okay. So this is the opinion order in the LTJ Udell case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I wasn't, Mr. Ambrose. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I mean,
I wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I remember it. So wrote it. So, good enough. Go ahead.
And just to confirm, it's been admitted.
It is. Yes.
Mr. Johnson, is it fair to say that you're aware that involuntary manslaughter is a necessary lesser included offense to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if the record shows that you requested it, would that be a standard course and an open murder charge to ask for that?
Most certainly.
And you did in fact go over involuntary manslaughter and what that would entail with your client.
On multiple occasions.
Okay. And so it's not that she's in the jail, she's away from you, and you just decide to ask for the instruction right then and there without consulting her.
Well, I didn't ask her if we could put in the instructions, but we talked about that argument being an option.
Did she condone that option?
She doesn't do that. She doesn't say, okay, you got it. I will do it that way. She simply, I tell her this is what I think we should do. And she nods and yes, and okay. And that sort of thing. She's not the kind of person who was going to challenge, I think. She understands and she trusts.
Did you feel that she was aware about the strategy about attacking the mens rea elements?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your knowledge, mens rea is different for first degree, second degree, and manslaughter, correct?
Based on my knowledge, yes.
So while you might not have used the words manslaughter, was she aware that there was going to be some concession of mens rea in some way?
Okay.
Maybe negligence or something along those lines?
And we discussed options prior to trial, and I told her what the options were, and that as depending how the evidence came in, we would select one of the options. One of the options I told her that I would be selecting would be this negligent homicide argument. So did we sit at the table and talk about it during the trial? We did not, but she was aware that was an option, and she was aware that I was considering it, and she never objected to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose.
Did Miss VanderArk ever express to you her guilt of anything?
No.
And her testimony at trial, would you agree, was an expression of her being not guilty?
Yes.
Of her belief?
Yes.
That she was not guilty of anything?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson, I just want to clear. I think we're all dancing around the same question here. Did you ever say, hey, listen, I'm going to her, in those words, we're going to go for involuntary manslaughter?
No.
When you said possible outcomes, did you mean, hey, listen, open murder, you can be first, second, voluntary, involuntary? Is that what you discussed with her?
That's what we discussed.
Okay. And did you discuss all the elements of all those?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it sounds like you discussed 1 and 2 are off the board, correct? I mean, that was not something you guys were going to argue, correct? First and second degree.
Most certainly not.
Okay. And when you guys talked about, so my understanding is as the trial progressed,
Mhm.
you were waiting to see how the proofs came in, to see exactly what manslaughter was going to be argued or just complete in it. I mean, did you ever foreclose the idea of the argument to the jury that completely not guilty of everything?
No, sir, that's the first argument.
Okay. And then was it, okay, listen, depending on how things go, then we might have to say, all right, well, that's out the window. Maybe we should argue involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
Right. When you guys discussed this, did you use those terms, involuntary manslaughter?
Yes, by name.
Okay, so you actually said involuntary manslaughter to her.
Yes.
And you believe she understood that?
Yes, both manslaughter by name. She's a lawyer. She understood. So I wasn't as reticent about not, but by breaking it down as I normally would be. She understood all four of the options, and we talked to them by name.
Okay. When did it become apparent to you in the course of the trial that the complete innocent verdict was gone? The fact that you were going to go for not guilty completely. That you said strategy number one. When did that occur to you that went out the window?
Judge, if you'll recall, there was a point in the trial where the witness testified that he sent my client a photograph on his phone of Timothy, and he was shirtless, and the pants were falling off of him, and he sent this photograph to my client, and my client saw it and responded to it. At that point, given that the jury, at that point, it became clear to me to tell this jury that there is no guilt here, was not going to be an effective argument for this client.
Was that discussed with Ms. VanderArk?
Specifically, no, not that specific.
After that day, did you say, hey, listen, option one's off the board. We're going to have to go with option two?
No, sir.
At any point in time was it discussed?
No, I did not. I would assume that had she been here, we may have, but that's just an assumption. I don't know. But certainly the realization, the decisions that were being made during trial, whether or not she was going to testify or not, that was done at the point when it became obvious that it might help her. But matter of fact, that's the other decision that was made. When that picture came in, that she's going to have to testify. But no, there wasn't a sit-down discussion saying, hey, we're gonna go for an involuntary manslaughter here. That did not happen.
Were there previous discussions that at some point that could happen? That you'd have to be, one was off the board, you have to move on to option two?
Were there, you mean?
With Ms. VanderArk?
Yes, that was discussed. Yes, that was discussed along with, and I reviewed the file, I knew it was in it, along with the likelihood that not guilty was not likely here, that we would probably be doing something to make sure you don't spend the rest of your life in prison.
When the option of involuntary manslaughter came up in all these discussions, was it ever expressed by Ms. VanderArk? Absolutely not. I'm innocent.
No.
All right. Sorry to open the door again. Mr. Ambrose, any other questions?
Yes, I mean, okay, so during the whole trial,
Mm-hmm.
you hear all the prosecution's case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the trial, you make a decision or you discuss with Ms. VanderArk that it's probably in her best interest to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
And that occurs when this photograph shows up or appears. That was a reason to have her testify, or is that?
Yeah, there was as you know, with trials, the information accumulates, and when that piece came in, that.
Now, during your questioning of Ms. VanderArk,
Mm-hmm.
do you ever ask her, Ms. VanderArk, or it sounds to me like you committed some sort of crime?
Did I say that? No.
And you never asked her on direct examination, well, don't you think you know, they have a case here for involuntary manslaughter? Do you ever ask her anything like that during the trial?
No.
And I think on direct examination, you kind of said that it was your argument to make to the jury that she was guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
And yeah, I have nothing further.
Just very briefly.
Mhm.
She wasn't convicted of manslaughter, was she?
No.
So the jury rejected your concession anyway.
Yes.
So there's no, well, I'll just, never mind. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
I'm through.
All right, good enough. May this witness stand down, Mr. Ambrose.
What's that?
May he be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Ms. Bloomquist? All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you,
You
Your
are
Honor.
excused. All right, Mr. Ambrose, you can call your next witness.
I will call Shanda VanderArk.
All right, Ms. VanderArk, if you want to come on around. Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn as best you can. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Shanda VanderArk, Shanda VanDer, space capital ARK.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
Ms. VanderArk, you heard the, well, first off, your medical condition. Let's just briefly go through that. How's your condition right now?
I'm miserable. I'm lightheaded. My head is just splitting. The back of my neck hurts constantly. It's something that goes along with the thyroid issue, I guess. I've been shaking. This is almost constant now. It started a couple days a week for a few hours at a time, and it's almost constant now.
Would it be your preference to testify at another time?
Absolutely. I feel like garbage.
With that, Your Honor, I would renew my request for an adjournment.
Can I have a sidebar with the attorneys real quick?
Well, come on. If it's something that's a long-term issue, it's not going to be better next time, which I think she's full of it anyway. But let's say it's this thyroid issue that she's going to have to suffer with, right? It's going to be there the next time too. So you just got to push through it, Shanda. It's always going to be something. You know what I'm saying? If it really is something that's like something that she has, it's going to be the same issue. No time is going to change it. Yeah, maybe you will get a new trial, but you weren't going to win.
We're back on the record and People versus VanderArk. Ms. VanderArk, you can stand down. You can go sit next to your attorney. Well, this is, as a practical matter, it's 1:49 p.m. The people indicate they have 3 witnesses they wish to call. Mr. Ambrose obviously prefers his client be in a better medical condition. Quite frankly, this is likely to go on past today anyway. So because of that,
Okay, that's cool. I
there's
can do
really
my
no
day.
point right now in
So-
pushing her testimony forward right now if she's not feeling well. I think the parties, and correct me if I'm wrong, agreeing,
Right.
Mr. Ambrose, you don't have any objection to the prosecution at this point in time.
I'm gonna write down what they say.
Calling her witnesses out of order. That way we can come back here for Ms. VanderArk.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Anything, Ms. Bloomquist?
I'll leave it in the court's discretion, but I'm ready to proceed with my witnesses.
Okay, well, let's do that. So.
Never mind. I guess we are going to
Bloomquist,
proceed.
you can call your first
The
witness.
people
Dang
call
it.
Melinda Katecki.
I was hoping they would just push it off until another date then. Because this is going to go all the way till the end of the night day. Dang it. She's such a baby. She'll be coming next time though, so I don't know if it'll be, it's probably going to be next week probably or something because Thanksgiving, I don't think they'll do it
You wanna come
tomorrow.
Right up here, please.
But why separate it like that then, you know?
Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Melinda Kotecki, MELINDA KOTECKI.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Kotecki. Could you please state for the record where you're currently employed?
The Muskegon County Public Defender's Office.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the Chief Social Worker.
And how long have you been employed there?
Just over 2 years.
And before you were at the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office, what's your educational history like?
I obtained my bachelor's degree in social work from Kuiper College in 2011 and then got my master's degree in social work from Western Michigan University in 2015.
And did you work anywhere after you received your degrees before the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office?
Yes, after I got my bachelor's degree, I worked at an inpatient psychiatric hospital, Pine Rest, and also worked at a residential treatment center for eating disorders. After I obtained my master's degree, I worked at Community Mental Health of Kent County for 8 years before coming to the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, so how many years in total have you been a master's level social worker?
It'll be 10 in May. Yes.
And were you the social worker assigned for the Public Defender's Office to the case involving Shanda VanderArk?
For part of it, my understanding is I believe that she was arrested prior to my hire. Once I was hired in September of 2023, that's when I began working on the case.
And could you just describe for the judge, was there a defense team working on Ms. VanderArk's case?
Yes, in addition to the attorney, Fred Johnson, there was also a second chair attorney, myself. My understanding is that the social worker prior to my hire had met with Ms. VanderArk, and our office also utilizes a research attorney and an investigator.
So this wasn't just Mr. Johnson and yourself, there was a whole team?
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet with Mr. Johnson and Ms. VanderArk together
Yes.
on this case?
Yes.
How many times would you approximate that happened?
Prior to her trial, I believe twice. During her trial, we met daily.
Did you sit in on the trial?
Yes.
And I apologize, I'm not aware, but where were you at during the trial? Were you near counsel table or were you in the gallery?
Yes, I was near counsel table, not at the table with Fred and Ms. VanderArk, but in the chairs directly behind.
So you were aware of what was going on during the trial?
Yes.
Were you there every day?
Yes.
So let's talk about the time before trial and those meetings between Mr. Johnson and Ms. VanderArk. How would you describe Mr. Johnson's interactions with her?
I would, from my perspective, it seemed as though they had a good working relationship. They seemed as though they, communicated freely, both about the case and even just seemed to have an overall good rapport, I would say. They both were big sports fans and they talk about football. From my perspective, recognizing that they likely had meetings without me present as well, it seemed as though they communicated openly with each other.
Did it ever appear as if Mr. Johnson was just going to do things his own way without consulting her or taking her feedback?
Not at all.
Was he receptive to collaboration with her?
Yes.
How was her demeanor in those conversations?
I would say that she seemed very engaged. She was very eager to offer her own thoughts and feedback about kind of case strategy and it's, I guess, demeanor, mood-wise. I mean, she seemed, I guess I'm repeating myself, but the best word I can think of is that she seemed very engaged.
Now, you did mention, though, that she had thoughts on strategy. Were you present for discussions on trial strategy?
Very minimally.
Okay. What was your minimal involvement on that? Or at least what did you observe, if anything?
I want to make sure, I guess, that I recollect as clearly as possible. So excuse my pause. The conversations that I remember involved talking about obtaining an expert evaluation, a psychologist to evaluate Ms. VanderArk, and we all agreed that that was a good next step. So that's the primary discussion that I recall as it pertains to strategy.
Okay, so obtaining experts and seeing what their opinions would be.
Yes.
How generally was Mr. Johnson's tone with her?
He's one of the friendliest, warmest individuals you probably will ever meet.
And he continued that in his client meetings with her?
Yes.
Did Ms. VanderArk ever complain to you about Mr. Johnson?
No.
Did you also assist in this case with Mr. Johnson when the defendant was not present?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
He and I would primarily discuss any updates if if we were waiting for the psychologist to report back to us about his findings, or I guess that's the primary thing. I can't recall anything else specific.
Did you assist in sort of facilitating the interviews with the expert witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you assist in or did you participate in the interview with Dr. King?
Yes.
And when I say that, I don't mean your interview with Dr. King, I mean the defendant's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of that interview, was a preliminary assessment given by Dr. King?
Yes. I
What was
I guess to clarify, I am not the person who initially contacted Dr. King to arrange the assessment. I believe that was done by the social worker that was employed before me. When I was hired, that is when I kind of took over that role. I did participate in the interview with Dr. King, and after Ms. VanderArk had ended her portion of the call, Dr. King and I were still on the call together, as well as I think he had a research assistant that was present. And I am not quoting by any means his exact words, but his initial or preliminary assessment was that he did not feel that Ms. VanderArk was incompetent or severely mentally ill, and felt that he could not provide a good defense for our office.
Was Mr. Johnson on the call at the same time as you, or was that just
He was
you?
not.
Okay. So you obtained that information. What do you do with it?
I told Mr. Johnson about it.
And then, to your knowledge, and only answer if you know, did Mr. Johnson speak to Dr. King as well?
I don't know for sure. I know that Dr. King sent us a report. I don't know if they had a separate conversation.
But he wasn't a party to the conversation with you and Dr. King?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Katecki, in your professional capacity, do you sort of have to assess whether or not individuals are alert to person, place, and time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you just sort of naturally start to do that when you're communicating with defendants at certain points?
Yes, definitely. I mean, most times that I meet with a client, I, have my own kind of internal process as far as the things that I'm looking for, assessing, as you said, to kind of a mini mental status exam of sorts. So a person being oriented, as you said, is a component of that, whether or not they're having thoughts of harming themselves, other people, whether or not their thoughts are logical, coherent, things like that.
So did you just sort of relay the whole checklist, or is that just a brief snapshot?
That's just a brief snapshot.
Okay. So could you just walk us through what your general checklist would be when you're communicating with a defendant?
Sure. I would note any kind of observable things. So like, are they disheveled? Are they, as best they can, given the circumstances of being in jail, kind of tending to their hygiene? Is their speech pressured? Is it unusually slow? Sometimes that can be an indicator of like a thought disorder, if they're experiencing what we call thought blocking. Sometimes if people are doing what a kind of a clinical term, being like loose associations, so making connections with things that you or I would not make connections with, or hearing messages from, that you or I are not hearing. So kind of responding to internal stimuli. And what I mean by that is, do they appear to be hearing voices? Those are, the primary things that I'm looking for.
So turning to the trial in this case, was Ms. VanderArk, I know I'm pointing over here where my table is, but Ms. VanderArk was seated over here, correct?
Yes.
And so were you?
Yes.
And you were able to personally observe Ms. VanderArk throughout the trial, correct?
Yes.
So let's start with the first couple of days.
Okay.
Did she have any concerning behaviors on your sort of internal checklist, for lack of a better term, during the first couple days of trial?
No, I would say similar to prior meetings with Ms. VanderArk and Mr. Johnson, she seemed very engaged. She was frequently taking notes. She would lean over, and communicate with Fred. I'm not privy to what they were discussing because those were often in whispers. But she seemed alert and oriented in all aspects.
Did you converse with her at all during the first few days of the trial?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about her conversation that alerted you to a mental impairment?
No.
Now, I do want to jump into the time frame after she testified.
Okay.
Were you present for her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did you view, and that was a Thursday, do you recall that it was a Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, after court concluded for the day, did you speak to Ms. VanderArk after the proceedings ended?
I don't remember if it was, I know I did on Friday. I don't know if I did on Thursday after court proceedings finished.
So let's jump to Friday.
Okay.
Did you respond to the jail?
Yes.
And you observed Ms. VanderArk in the holding cell?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you saw?
Yes, I was on my way to court when Mr. Johnson contacted me and said that he needed my assistance down in the jail because Ms. VanderArk was having a difficult time. So when I arrived, he was already in the holding cell with her, and she was very distressed. She did not want to go upstairs and repeatedly said that she couldn't do it. And Mr. Johnson and I repeatedly, we tried, I guess every way we could think of to try to provide the support that she would need to go upstairs. So I don't know how much detail you want me to.
So let's unravel this a little bit. So Mr. Johnson was actively attempting to get her to come to court.
Yes.
And you were assisting him on that?
Yes.
And it was your testimony that she did not want to come up to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say it in those words that she didn't want to come?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Was she experiencing any psychosis?
She did not appear to be experiencing psychosis. I would say that she appeared to be very anxious.
How was her speech?
It was, I would say, pressured, but kind of like going back to those pieces that I touched on earlier, although pressured, it was still logical. It was relevant to the topic at hand. She wasn't making those loose associations. So I would say again that pressured speech would be consistent with anxiety.
Was she oriented?
Yes.
Okay, meaning she knew who she was and where she was at.
Absolutely.
And from her conversations or her statements, she knew what was upstairs, which was a trial.
Correct.
Okay. Did she appear to understand sort of what would occur at the trial?
Yes. Yes.
So she understood that there'd be additional witnesses.
Correct.
And sort of the court process.
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't delusional?
No.
She wasn't catatonic?
No.
And what, when I say catatonic, what do you take catatonic to mean?
The most kind of classic catatonia presentation is one that is withdrawn. So in that particular presentation, oftentimes people are not responsive to communication. They might not even be responsive to touch or painful stimuli. They often are not eating, they're not drinking, they are kind of in a stupor.
Did you see any of those signs with Ms. VanderArk on that day?
No.
Were you present for any discussions about Ms. VanderArk waiving her right to appear at court?
Yes.
Did you tell the court what those discussions were?
When we were in the holding cell and there was a great deal of back and forth, I would say. At times, Mr. Johnson would leave to, I believe, go upstairs and communicate with those who were up here, whether in chambers, about the status of Ms. VanderArk, that she was having a difficult time. He would return, and eventually it was my understanding that, since it became apparent she was not going to come upstairs to court, that she could waive that participation. And so that was explained to her. I could not tell you, I guess, the exact language that Fred used.
To her.
Mr. Johnson. Yes.
But there was discussion of that.
Yes.
And were you aware that she filled out an affidavit or a signed document of some sort regarding her waiving her presence in court?
I guess I don't remember that exactly, no.
But you do specifically remember Mr. Johnson explaining that to her?
Yes.
What was her response?
That is what she wanted to do.
Did she vacillate at all on that, or was she clear?
She was clear.
Did she give any further commentary on it?
If anything, I would say that she seemed appreciative because she very much did not want to go upstairs. So she felt, or it appeared as though she felt relieved by that option.
So if there's a claim now that she never waived her right to not come up to court, is that accurate?
No, as I said, I cannot recall seeing her sign an affidavit. I do remember it being explained to her, though, that this is what she would be opting to do, and that she verbally said that yes, that's what she would like to do.
Did you see anybody pressure her into that choice?
No, it was quite the opposite. I feel like we were putting as much pressure as we possibly could to encourage her to come upstairs.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Did you say that you were on the call with Dr. King?
Yes.
And you're part of the Muskegon County Defender's Office?
Correct.
Your involvement with Ms. VanderArk and Mr. Johnson, more or less working together as a team? Is that an accurate assessment? Okay. Did you view Dr. King's evaluation?
I'm sorry?
Did you review Dr. King's written evaluation?
Yes.
And in his evaluation, do you recall him stating that Ms. VanderArk continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
Yes.
On December 15th, what was your observation of Ms. VanderArk? I mean, where was she when you first observed her?
Was December 15th
Friday? That final day of trial.
Thank you. When I first arrived, she was in the holding cell with Mr. Johnson.
What was her physically where was she? Was in the holding cell, but how was she? Was she in a chair? Was she laying down? What was her condition?
I believe that she was sitting in a chair, and if I may, I believe she was sitting kind of with her knees drawn into her chest.
Okay. Did you appear after Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
Okay, and so he was already in there with her?
Yes.
Did you ever request that she be seen by any medical personnel?
No.
You mentioned her speech was pressured. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. When I say pressured speech, I primarily mean that it was kind of a rapid pace. I would say that's what I mean, is that she was speaking very quickly.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Wes.
How is it that you didn't request medical on December 15th of 2023?
From my perspective, it didn't appear to be a medical crisis in nature. She wasn't expressing medical concerns, wasn't expressing, pain, anything of that nature. It seemed to be more, as I mentioned earlier, kind of anxiety related.
Do you think that did it appear to you that it was sort of related to the situation of the
Definitely.
trial?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't an actual medical issue that you were concerned about?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ambrose, any follow-up?
You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not.
And yeah, I have nothing further. Thank you.
May this witness be excused, Ms. Bloomquist?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose, may the witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kotecki. You can sit down. Does anybody need to take a break right now?
I'm at the clerk.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break just in case Ms. VanderArk needs a break, and then we'll be back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
Yeah. 15 minutes to do that update. Let's do it. I'm going to be back. Oh, no, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I'm going to redirect you. And then we'll come right back to this. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to hurry up. Oh, shoot. I have to hurry up. Shh. Well, let me just hurry up and set one up. I have the thumbnails already. I'm like, I don't know if this is my OCD, that why I can't like focus because of it. I don't know. It's like my brain will not let me if I have something else to do. Okay, hold on. We'll put it for 2. Hold on, 2. Like, I just have to put it sometime in the future for it to work. 2:20. Okay, just stick with me here. I'm just getting the thumbnail uploaded. Okay, apply. All right, so now hold on. I'm going to do the redirect, and then we'll come right back here. So I have to actually make one for this too. And even if, hey, listen, if we have to rewind a little bit, oh well, what's the big deal? We could rewind it and then speed through stuff if we have to. I'm talking about with this because we know Shonda's not going to be testifying on this, right? All right, hold on. Oh, I gotta let it pop up so I could redirect you. There it is. Okay. Okay, so I'll turn that on. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I have it all set up over there, but I'm not gonna need it. At least I have that ready if I need to, my old stuff. Automatic. Yeah. Okay, customization. That's where I need customization. Just hold up, guys. We'll come back to this too. Don't worry. That way I could be, I'll have them both done. How awesome. Okay. So redirecting. Show more. I wish I would have been doing this if I would have realized. Fundraiser category, where the heck's the redirecting? Oh, redirect, add. Bam. Bam. Okay, here we go. Just give it time and it'll get you right in there. When I end this, just stay where you're at. Don't touch anything and you should be redirected. Okay, and then we'll come right back. Am I even on? Wait, guys. Where'd I go? Wait, guys. Oh, I was.